Welcome. Live Tuesday night. Where we at? Truth Over Lies. Welcome in. Brought to you by Carpet for the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Carpet for the Horse, Truth Over Lies. In affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
I got beans and bologna.
Welcome in. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button on your way into the room.
Yes, sir. We are back. Whether you can follow instructions or not, come on. This fine November 11th, 2025, me and Mr. X is still alive and feeling fine. Reporting to you, Jav Chickens, live with Truth Over Lies.
Straight like that, straight.
So here we go. We got a lot to talk about tonight. As y'all can see in the thumbnail and the title, you know, the truth about our community. We need real plans, people.
Yes, we do. Y'all listen, man. Y'all know my favorite saying, huh? Hope is not a strategy. Shout out to Dick Gregory. F Hope. What Hope gonna do for you, huh? Y'all hope y'all car start in the morning. Y'all hope y'all EBT food stamps hit. Huh? Hope ain't gonna get you nowhere.
I agree. So listen, we're going to talk about it tonight. We got a crazy show. We're going to be here. We got a lot of topics to get through. So we're going to drop the link as y'all know. We here.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Truth Over Lies. Truth Over Lies was brought to you by the fans. Y'all Jav Chickens like talking about all this wonky stuff, rabbit hole central, conspiracies, religion, politics. Ugh, we here for it. I ain't gonna hold you. Politics still leave a yucky taste in my mouth. But I guess we learned, huh? We got to relinquish, certain ignorances eventually, I guess.
That part. So like you say, I'm up here learning something new every week,
Facts.
Doing different researches behind the scene. So here we are. We here for it.
And you want to know what I found out? I ain't been, I still stand where I stand, huh? Yeah, listen, we all make our own choices. I grasp hold to the homestead, to get it on your own world. I like that. Family compounds, living off the land, growing your stuff. So still yet, I don't really give a darn tootin' what the government doing. I believe you just gotta make enough to get out the way and forget trying to be rich. See what happened to rich folks. We po, baby.
That part. So here we go. Shout out to Brother Frederick Howard gifting a membership.
Always first, always coming through. Appreciate you.
And shout out to Mr. Chris B. Became a member.
I like that. Appreciate you, Mr. Crispy.
And he also became a member twice, it seems. Not sure.
Appreciate you, Crispy.
A shout out to RBN. My brother TJ says salute.
Salute to our brother. Appreciate you, man.
And shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. Come through sponsoring the show with a 25 ball. She says, happy Truth Over Lies Tuesday. Salute.
Yes, man. Hopefully, if you ain't too busy, we can see you, our glistening sister. Appreciate you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! So here we go. We ain't going to waste too much time. We're going to get right into it. We will be dropping the link here in a few, so stay tuned.
Here we go. I see you, Chrissy. Said, did anybody figure out who was the Marine in the Patreon. Shout out to everybody in the Patreon. That's Unc. That's Unc singing in the gas station. That's him. That's our favorite Unc. He was indeed a Devil Dog Marine. Would have never guessed it. That's Unc singing. I don't know none of his songs. He got a couple new ones out. He can sing like a mother sucker. Shout out to him and salute to him. Yeah.
Shout out to Unc. We gonna get into it tonight. So that's part of the boomer generation. Shout out to Baba T. Hopefully he show himself. Because like I said, we got a lot to discuss. And we're gonna start over here with my guy Frenchie. Make sure y'all hit the like button.
Get him, French.
Democrat or Republican?
I'm Republican.
Juneteenth should not be a holiday.
No.
It shouldn't be a holiday.
No.
You don't think slaves should celebrate? You don't think that society should celebrate they free slaves?
There are so many days that we could be celebrating that we're not celebrating.
Talk to me.
Every day.
Talk to
Every
me.
day.
I know.
Well, here we go. He be killing them with this question. He's saying a national holiday, right? A national federal holiday, not, should black folks celebrate it? All right. We should do what we need to do without their permission, but it is nice having that paid day off for the working folk.
For sure. And it's our day, of liberation, as close as we gonna freaking get to it. And I tell you what, I could tell by how these sisters answer the question, or these folks answer the question, which political party they are. I learned that much. Guarantee you she's MAGA. Guarantee it. There ain't gonna be one person that's a Democrat, check me if you want, that's gonna say no to that. But every last MAGA person, why? We got 4th of July. That's our day of freedom.
Democrat or Republican?
I'm Republican.
Juneteenth should not be a holiday.
No.
It shouldn't be a holiday.
No.
You don't think slaves should celebrate? You don't think that society should celebrate they free slaves?
There are so many days that we could be celebrating that we're not celebrating.
Talk to me.
Every day.
Talk to me.
Every day.
I know.
Should
Tell
be
me
a day
something.
that we celebrate.
Tell me something. Tell me one that should be a federal holiday.
There are so many different.
Come on, name a couple. Just a couple.
I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like the pressure. I don't like the pressure.
What's pressure? All right. I don't want my
What pressure? That's part of the problem is y'all are cowards. Stand on it. Oh, it's pressure. Oh, I don't want y'all to know how I truly feel. Say it, Becky. Say it with them crusty lips.
And that's why I don't indulge in politics. This is the only reason why I like my German brother Bill. Shout out to my fat German brother, man. Yeah, because he keep it a buck. No, don't sugarcoat nothing with me. Let me know how T.I. is. Yeah, we're going to talk politics. I ain't sugarcoating nothing. Yeah, I'm going to let you know y'all history. I ain't complaining about it. See, that's why. I sit there and tell Bill, like, you know who you are, ninja. And I know who I am. I don't care. I got to do my own thing. The rules ain't set up for folks like us. That's still my take.
What's pressure? All right. I don't want my children dating blacks.
No.
You don't think that's racist?
No.
Okay. Black women are hard to deal with in customer service.
Sometimes.
Okay. Black culture is toxic.
No.
Blacks need to stop abandoning their women.
Yes.
Think so?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So immigrants are changing our society for the worse.
Yeah.
There you go. I like him. He go out there and hit him with the 10 questions. Shout out to Frenchie. Maybe we'll get him over here sometimes. He's a wild dude.
I like it. I like this kind of carry on. I do, because he making folks uncomfortable. This is being a rebel with a cause. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna forget these conversations. It's all about being a pattern disrupt. I learned that from Kevin Samuels. May rest in power. You got to be, unless you are a pattern disrupt, you must disrupt people's daily patterns in order for them to remember you. That somebody tried to sell me something today. I don't remember where. I don't even remember if it's a man or a woman, because I didn't pay them. No, they didn't break my pattern. You see that? Got to be a pattern disrupt, and they won't never forget about you. They're gonna remember this ninja forever.
Man. And shout out to TJ. He says, notice they have no issue with St. Patrick's Day.
Because he got pasty flesh, allegedly.
So here we go. Like we say, we are talking about the truth. We need real plans, and we need to stop crashing out and stop acting like this.
That's true. Okay.
Let's go. Let's go. You didn't let me get get my moment, so I want to say my name is Khadijata Diallo, and I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is going to be all about me.
Oh, drop.
Yeah. So she had graduation. All right. This video was going viral. I remember back when. Look, she's snatching the mic out of Karen's hand. It's ridiculous.
Now, yes, look, we got to find a better way to handle these things. I'm going to be the first to say, I'm pretty sure Karen, there's some reason why the sister acting like this, but we got to do better, because look how the sister presenting now. She could be a whole, I don't know the backstory. She could have got her doctorates. Not a good look. This shows you can't compose yourself under pressure, and I'm pretty positive they was applying much pressure to this sister. It is what it is. Like, but when we lash out like this, I feel you. Calm down, Ebony D. Whenever we lash out like this, it shows them that they got to us. Yeah, we got her. All them months or years we was torturing her. She act like it was cool. I finally bowled over. We got her. We got her.
Let's go. Let's go. You didn't let me get my moment, so I want to say my name is Khadijata Diallo, and I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is going to be all about me.
Oh, drops the mic.
And I will say this, for everyone goofy like her, there is real racism going on in the world, or, just real a-holes in the world. All right, we got, this guy will pull up here. There's stuff going on right here in Pittsburgh. I came across this video. Check this out.
Fucking get out your truck and get back in your fucking truck.
Do something.
Yeah, you're
do something.
Like a girl.
Do something. Like I said, do something.
Nigger.
Do something.
Nigger.
Do something.
That's what I'm
You talking all that shit. You came over here for what? All you had to do is say, excuse me, sir.
You jumped out of your fucking truck.
I didn't get out my truck.
You just shut the fuck up.
Man, go to work, man. Go
gay
and
as
do what you
hell.
gotta do.
Fucking pussy. You're a fucking girl.
Oh, here we go. This happened right here in Pittsburgh. This is local to us. And this guy, he worked for the local municipality somewhere in Pittsburgh, Rankin or somewhere. And he has been fired since. This happened like last week. He got fired from his job. It's a black dude in the, in the truck. I don't know if he in a box truck or what, doing some type of delivery. And he trying to coax him out the truck. Like, yeah, come on out.
I've acknowledged before, I'm not a hypocrite. I've acknowledged, it's documented, that I stay out of situations like this because I still have some maturing to do. It's too dark. Ain't enough people looking. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna scope the scene. I'm gonna make sure he ain't got nothing tucked. And he may have to prove himself out there on that pavement in a real way, in a major way.
Well, listen, like Katie said, we can't get emotional. Listen, we just gotta.
Listen. I'm coming for the congregation.
I would say this: don't film it at all. You shouldn't start off. Don't incriminate yourself. It shouldn't be nothing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely not. Yeah, I ain't never filming. I ain't never gonna filming no altercation. Cause no, like I said, it's dark. Ain't nobody around. You know what I'm saying? We gonna have a nice gentleman, like, you know what I'm saying, little fisticuff session. But you gonna have to stand on that. And again, so here's the thing. That's not good. I'm not saying, oh, that's what you're supposed to do. Don't do that. What I'm saying is, either you avoid these situations, like I do, or you can tuck tail after somebody and called you the N-word in the back dark alleyway where you can get hands and foots all up on them. I ain't dealing with it. I can't be back there.
And it's been going on a lot lately. Shout out to the black truckers out there. I seen a video with the one brother pulled up on that site, and they was trying to get at him in a real way. So they was, I don't know what ended up happening. They was trying to pull him out the truck. It was like a gas tanker or something. But yeah.
See, I've been in these situations, and I didn't, I didn't behave properly. I've been in these situations. I've worked for a trucker. Y'all know that. We was moving a load from Washington, PA to Seattle, Washington. and we end up in Seattle, and we end up in some neighborhood, and the truck driver running over some plants or something, and some male Karen came out. You freaking Yankees! That's what he was calling us. And he might as well say it didn't work. And I jumped out, and like I said, think that we didn't film stuff back then. I just don't get it, Get your, what I mean?
Something. Do something.
Yeah, you're
do something.
Like a girl.
Do something. Like I said, do something.
Nigger.
Do something.
Nigger.
Do something.
That's what I'm
You talking all that shit.
Yeah.
You came over here for what?
It's too dark.
Point. Yeah, he trying to get you out the truck. He said, I got it. I'm about to drop the big joker. All right, he was throwing out the ace and the deuce. He said, that ain't working. Big joker. Ninja.
I can't respect it because, like I said, been in many a ninja moment who, even if it was white folks involved, then they know what they're dealing with. That brother in that truck, most respectfully, most likely, you know what I'm saying, he done sized him up. He a coward, man. That's why he doing that. He done sized this brother up in that truck. If that was some Suge Knight brother, do you think he would be calling him that? If minus the celebrity, just the physical stature in his prime, Suge Knight in that truck, you think he'd call him the N-word? The answer is no.
Hey, all you had to do is say, excuse me, sir.
You jumped out of your fucking truck.
I didn't get out my truck.
You just shut the fuck
Man,
up.
go to work, man.
You're
Go
gay
and
as
do what you
hell.
gotta do.
Fucking pussy. You're a fucking girl. Get out of your truck and say something instead.
You really got problems at the crib, huh?
I got problems.
You got problems. You got a lot of problems.
I live on a golf course, bro.
What that mean?
I don't live in the hood, brother.
I don't live in the hood neither.
See, he poking. He gonna say, I live on a golf course. Dude, so you got some problems at home. You got to be a miserable soul to walk up on somebody you don't know crashing out. Look at him. This dude looks miserable. All right. Sitting there, no kudakata. Look like he hunch on his dog. Like, come on now.
This is the face. This is the face of a hunchless marriage. This is the face of a man that night after night, he got to sleep next to his old lady, and Kudakata ain't even nowhere near the itinerary. Salute to that brother. He handled that perfectly. There you go. He was composed, and unlike me, blinded by ignorant rage, he saw right through him. He said, you got problems at home. That's well saying. You see how it caught him? You see how he stopped in his tracks? He said, yeah, I do.
Man, and just lying. I live on a golf course. There ain't that many golf courses in Pittsburgh, brother. Well, this ain't California. All right, you live, I see y'all in a damn trailer park. That part.
And if you hold up now, Braddock do got, this is hilarious. Braddock do got a golf course, but if you live in any house next to this golf course, it ain't necessarily nice. Very, very bizarre. But yeah, Braddock do got the golf course is nice.
You really got problems at the crib, huh?
Dude, I got problems.
You got a lot of problems.
I live on a golf course, bro.
What that mean?
I don't live in the hood, brother.
I don't live in the hood neither.
Hey, get out your truck and then sit there.
Hey, bro, go ahead, man. I got bigger things to lose. To fight you, you're fucking bum.
Amen, brother.
Get out of your truck and then you stand, get back in.
Yeah, okay.
That's a fucking girl I've ever seen.
So he was able to de-escalate it. All right. The dude walked away, ad hominem, sign language. Don't know. We didn't see the beginning. He was saying, oh, you got out your truck. You know, he said, I didn't get out. Don't know.
See, yeah, it's a smaller brother. Like I said, I've been in too many scuffles to not know what I know yet. It's a coward. He only was up on that truck because he knew it was a high probability he could physically take this brother. That's all that is. Probably some brother from the Hill District, little sawed-off ninjas.
In that part. So we seen the first video with the girl at the graduation crashing out, but then there is stuff like this going on. This is not, him playing victim. This is a real situation. And I think he handled it about as well as he could.
I agree. I'm proud of him. Like I said, as soon as I see that hard ER, first thing I'm doing is scoping the scene to see if there's any cameras or witnesses. And if I think the coast is clear, I would feel, emotional. I would feel as if I'm justified to a little crash out. You know, some folks have gotten away with things in the past, and it's hard to break habits. But I'm man enough to say that's not how you do things. You understand? Like this brother did it perfectly. Like I'm kind of embarrassed because I'm being honest, and he did much better, and I'm proud of him. I got some stuff to think about.
I am so tired of people bothering us. I'm not understanding the concept of black women fatigue. If I decide to go outside and my face is like this, I don't owe you a hello. I don't owe you a conversation. Wasn't we taught not to speak to strangers? But the moment you don't want to speak to people because they feel like they're obligated a conversation or even a word being said to them, you're the angry black woman. Take the fact that people feel like they even deserve a response because at the end of the day, my face is probably screwed up for a reason.
And here we go. The title of tonight's show, we are talking about the truth about our community. We need real plans. Part of that, being kind to one another, Bonquisha. It starts with a smile. All right, you don't want to greet the world with a frown and a scowl and being cantankerous because you're going to catch smoke at all corners.
This is hurt. This is pure hurt. Like she said, my face is screwed up. It's screwed up for a reason. That's a bet, Mr. X. We've been hearing the soul of their cry as of lately. What the one sister say? She said, if you had to live a day in my shoes, you would have a hard time not putting a rope around your neck and ending it. They are living tormented existences. And you hurt people. I should not go out into the world and try to inflict pain and discomfort on folks, but they do because they narcissistic and they are extremely hurt. I try to make everybody's day better. I'm at least gonna give you a hi. How you doing, brother? Have a good day. What the heck? Y'all crazy.
That part. And shout out to Project Leroy. Says, brother wasn't stunning a coward living in a shack along the railroad tracks. Cut those EBT benefits off, and he's crashing out over his meth episode.
I get him, Project Leroy.
I could have had a loss. I could have lost my job. Okay, I probably missed my kids. You don't know why my face is this way. But instead of just being understanding or minding your business, you rather label me. Then I seen another video of this Hispanic woman talking about she be in a supermarket and every time she in there, a black woman is staring at her, rolling their eyes like they want to fight her. What are we talking about? Nobody's worrying about you, miss. And 9 out of 10, if you staring and I stare back and you don't learn the 3-second rule to just glance and keep it pushing, I'm going to keep staring. We're going to go stare for stare, respectfully. What are we talking?
Oh. These women are done. Y'all have become more masculine than men, than most. It's unfortunate. Toxic masculinity. This is not anything productive. We can't do nothing with it. We can't do nothing with this. It's toxic.
This is why we don't even look at y'all. Y'all can say what y'all want. This is why we don't even glance at y'all, including myself. Don't even look. I will go out my way not to look because you heard her. If she think you looking at her too long or wrong, she gonna do one of these head tilts looking at you. And you see what I'm saying? I take pride on not calling sisters out their names. So I ain't even gonna look at you because you ain't gonna twist your head at me and I see it because now I gotta say something. You see what I'm saying? That's why us men with something to lose and loving families at home, no, you got it. You got it. You ain't gonna even look at you. You don't exist.
That part. And then 5 minutes later, she'll be the same woman that gave you that head twist and all that will be in danger or getting into it with some Asians or some Middle Easterns or some white folks. And now they want brothers to risk it all. Y'all want us to put life and limb on the line. Y'all won't even smile or say hi. You don't have to. But at the very same time, don't expect anything.
Don't deserve it. You have relinquished your protection. I'm a protector. Y'all don't deserve it. Ain't no way. Ain't risking life and limb, sanity for hatred. So that I can get hurt and you can say you're stupid. You should have did better. Like, yeah, no, I think the freak not.
And shout out to Y Daniels for the super sticker.
Appreciate you, Daniels.
Hey, this is wicked.
Miss. And 9 out of 10, if you staring and I stare back and you don't learn the 3-second rule to just glance and keep it pushing, I'm going to keep staring. We're going to go stare for stare, respectfully. What are we Stop looking at me I'm gonna stop looking at you. Like, you was looking first. I had to catch you looking and realize you wasn't even looking at. And that's the thing. You don't even owe nobody an explanation, right? And the thing is, even after 3 seconds, you can say hi, hello. If you find me attractive, if you like what I got on, if you like my hair, if you feel like I'm beautiful, say that. But you're staring, and then you upset that you get a response you're getting. Like, I really don't.
You hear that? Only thing you can do is pander. You have to be Dr. Umar. He said, yeah, you can tell me I'm beautiful. My hair is gorgeous. Look at my baby hairs. You like my lashes. You can say something awesome. Other than that, keep it pushing.
You know what? Before we go home, I'm so triggered. This is social awkwardness. First, we're going to let that be known. Like, this is extreme social awkwardness to behave like this. And that's true. You can't say hi. Hi does not suffice. Go ahead. I dare you. Look at sis, say hi. She going to say hi. The fuck? You ain't throw no compliment at what's hi? That ain't no bending of the knee. That ain't no kissing of the ring. Talking about hi. Ninja, you ain't gonna compliment me on my Yaki, my plastic hair made by Mattel. You ain't gonna compliment me.
You're staring, and then you upset that you get a response you're getting. Like, I really don't understand people, y'all. Leave black women alone, right? Please leave us. We're good. We're great over here. If y'all don't like us, y'all don't like how we act, bye.
And not gonna lie, I'm starting to understand why certain races or certain people in general don't like black people, because why was I just in the Walgreens and on my way out, I'm walking past these people and I'm like, oh, excuse me, because they were standing in the way of the door. Do you know this big ass bitch just looked at me and didn't fucking move? Just looked at me. And I just had to squeeze past her. Like, bitch, I understand why people don't be liking black people, because
Here we go. It don't matter who it is. It's just unfortunate. She said some big blowed out woman blocking the doorway. See people coming. But if you don't walk up to her and say, excuse me, you big, beautiful sister with your beautiful wig, may you please move out my way. Nothing less will suffice.
She definitely not an excuse me. That could be taken as an insult. You are stating that she is in your way and that she should move. Who the heck you think you is? I'm telling the truth this evening. I'm over this. This is colorism. Yes, we have heard sisters. I at least know of a group of sisters that went to a school and they were this complexion. And the majority of their classmates thought they were pretty. Put it that way. And these big blowed out, darker sisters used to purposely jump on them. I can't remember. I don't know if it was a cousin. I cannot remember exactly, but I can't make this up. But that big old blowed out sister turned around and she saw her and she thinks she's somebody. I know what I'm talking about. These are my aunties in them. She thinks she's somebody. Talking about, excuse me. But if they would have turned around and seen her busted and disgusted, they would have been like, oh, you belong. Go ahead. You go past me. Then they're going to talk about it as she walked past. Call her funky. Y'all are terrible. I'm triggered this evening.
That part. And shout out to Divine with the fireball. Says it's funny they want to act tough until something real goes down, and they will be the same ones to say it was all an act. Rejection is God's protection.
Amen.
Yes, like you say, the brick lady and all this stuff that be going on. These women going overseas. We documented the sisters in Africa. You know, she talking about dude was punching her in the face. Why ain't nobody helping me?
Y'all know my story, and I promise you, it ain't worth it. No need to get hurt. If you got a family, stay with your family. It don't work.
These people, and I'm like, oh, excuse me, because they were standing in the way of the door. Do you know this big ass bitch just looked at me and didn't fucking move? Just looked at me. And I just had to squeeze past her. Like, bitch, I understand why people don't be liking black people, because a lot of these people is rude for no fucking reason. Like, the bitch just looked at me and she just frowned up, face all upside down and shit. Like, girl, what? Like, what the fuck be? Like, it's so weird to me. Just outside looking like you just don't care about your fucking life and then want to be rude on top of that. Like, get the fuck on.
It's over. It's all crashing down.
Execute Order 66.
Listen, when the food stamps run dry, All right, EBT gone, Kudakata's funky. They start fighting each other.
Listen, I told you, Miss Sister Ebony Dean, if you want, you got to camouflage in these hard times. It's like Walking Dead. Shout out to the Sister Michonne off of Walking Dead. You got to blend in with the walkers. You can't be walking out there smiling, looking light in the shoulders like you having a good time in life. You better jack your shoulders up around your ears, put a mean mug on, and walk like a Goomba. And be like, excuse me, sister. And then they'll look and see you all effed up, and they're like, okay, you are one of us. But you dare to be pleasant? What do they say? It's definitely spiritual. The God in you, it interferes and it disrupts the demons in them. They turn around, they see you exuding what you do, and now they got to try to get at you.
That part. So here we go. We will be dropping this link here shortly, because we're about to get into the meat of the conversation.
Oh boy, the food stamps, huh? What's going on? Anybody get them stamps? Where we at? Where JP at? JP, you spend them stamps? That's all I want to know. It's the only data I need.
That part. So right now, y'all see the title, what we say, the truth about our community. We need real plans. And at this moment, like the sister is saying, you know, in 2025, we got to get to the root of it. Are some of these people truly being oppressed, or are we playing victim? We gonna mine through this.
You know what? Folks are definitely playing victim. Nevertheless, there's always just like constant overcast over our folks. Always, you know, some injustices, some what they call racism there. Always looming. Always.
That part. So, like I said, we got a lot to talk about this evening. We're about to drop the link. If you come up, got to be cammed up. We also gonna roll the timeouts out.
Don't you love when I come around?
I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
Timeouts, so y'all can use y'all voice in the chat. Try to regulate things a little bit.
There we go. Shout out to all the chat warriors. There you go. To come up, we gotta do like the flight attendants. You must be on camera and stable. You must be fully clothed. At least everything that is on camera. All right. You must use some form or degree of the King's English. That's kind of all we in a little bit Ebonics. All right. These are the loose rules.
That part. And we got to keep it concise, no rabbit holes. I will be breaking out the land the plane meme. I'm about to load it up, actually. All right. I feel like this is like the first real show. The rest of them was during the challenge, and those was real shows as well. But this one here, we finally getting into the schedule of it all. So we need y'all to come up, cam up, and keep it on topic. That's what I'll say.
There you go. I think that's why I gotta have moderators, because Baba T don't give a dang about what you just said. Shout out to Baba T. You know what, Baba T? It's like, you know, you in my list of respectable elders. That's a tough list to make from a judgmental ninja like me. Baba T, he'd be like, huh? Y'all hear me, huh? Huh? I was out there, I was serving in the woe and smoking crack. Huh? I don't need no gun. I'm safe. Huh?
Shout out to Baba T. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Here we go. I'm trying to find this meme because it's going to be necessary tonight.
For sure. Yeah, shout out to Baba T. Yeah, he's a military man. Yeah, excuse my ignorance, ain't there a military holiday right now? Or
yeah, I believe today is Veterans Day.
Veterans Day. Sweet Jesus in the morning time. Salute to our military. Forgive my first world ignorance. You know, y'all fought so that we could have this freedom. My goodness. Salute to y'all. Salute to all the branches, everybody that served, everybody that passed. This is memorial. Oh yeah, this is for the ones that passed away. This ain't for the living. Yeah, y'all live, y'all get y'all's. Yeah, shout out to the deceased. Yeah, the ones that died for this country. There you go.
Is it Veterans or Memorial? Veterans Day.
Like I said, forgive my ignorance. Forgive my ignorance. Shout out to the military.
I believe so. I believe.
Veterans Day. Veterans Day. Oh, that's for the living. All right. I know that, right? Veterans Day. It's for everybody.
Anybody that served.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But Memorial Day. Yeah, that's for remembering. But yeah, shout out to all of the military. We love y'all. We need y'all.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
And also shout out to Y Daniels, became a channel member.
Appreciate you, Daniels.
Not sure if it's a man or a woman, but we appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
What was I saying? Yeah, we dropping a link. Like I said, y'all see this? Wrap it up.
Oh, jeez. It's my truck.
All right, wrap it up. That's all we saying. We're gonna let y'all cook, but we got a lot of stuff to get through as far as these videos. Maybe on the back end, y'all can talk a little more, but you got to be able to get it out in 60 seconds or less.
There you go. Y'all can do it. You can do it. You know, we're gonna keep working on it. I'm gonna get the question, start having to scroll at the bottom of the daggone screen because like I said, this is for a select few people, Baba T's and Leon when he come up. But it ain't even gonna work because we ask a question, be like, hey, what was you doing in the 80s? And they gonna say, you know what? I done told y'all, and they ain't gonna answer the question even remotely close. They just gonna start cursing you out without curse words.
And that's what I'm saying, because we going down some rabbit holes. I ain't gonna lie, but we got to keep it moving though, because it's gonna be a lot.
Here we go. Yeah,
especially on the back end here in about an hour or so. A couple of these videos. But we're gonna start right here. All right. We're gonna start right here. D sure to I'm sure he gonna ruffle y'all feathers. Baba T had smoke for Anton last time he was up here.
Here we go.
And welcome up, Brother Steven.
Brother James, how you doing, you scoundrel?
So either you on a delay, and that's what I'm saying, Steven.
Good evening, man.
Steven, you're on a delay. You're on a delay, and it's terrible.
What up?
Hold on. I'm gonna mute you. You gotta go out, come back in. That's another thing. Y'all gotta be on point. If you're gonna come up here, I'm telling you now, I'm gonna boot y'all out. All right, we can't have no delays. You can't be walking around with no shirt on. Sound like you on the moon. Sound like Neil Armstrong. None of that.
Huh? Speaking of Neil Armstrong, put a 1 in the chat if you believe we did not. We never landed on the moon. Listen here, I do like these conversations, but you gotta tell me why. Like just, oh no, we didn't. Why? Then why did they do it?
So here we go. We talking about we need real plans. We were saying oppressed or real victims. Here we go.
You're not gonna like this, but maybe it's not racism. Maybe you just suck. Maybe you don't have to work 2 times harder than white people. Maybe you just need to work 2 times harder than you've ever worked in your entire life. Maybe you didn't get the job because you just weren't the right fit. Maybe you didn't get the promotion because sometimes someone else moved differently than you behind the scenes. Maybe they don't like you, not because of your race, but because your personality could use some work. Maybe you talk more than you listen. Maybe you're just not that easy to be around right now. And that's not demeaning. Because if it is you, you can change that. If it's racism, then you're stuck waiting for somebody else to fix the world. But if it is you, you can grow and improve. And that's not shame. Knowing that your excellence isn't limited by your race, but only by your effort, that's one of the most freeing realizations that you'll ever have. But if that offends you, that's probably because you're offended by the fact that you'll have to work really hard. And if that bothers you, then maybe you just don't deserve what excellent people get.
Now, there you go. She up here on her ish. She said, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. All right, get to work. She get it. There's a little bit something going on, but she made it. Y'all see her car. So she doing all right.
I agree with the sister. We all do have to work harder than most. We all have to work harder than most. And it ain't they have said this and depicted this on shows. What was the show with Kerry Washington where she was hunching on the president? That one? What did her father tell them? That infamous scene in the hangar. It's that is part of our journey. We have to work twice or 3 times as hard as everybody else. No need to whine about it, G Honda.
So we'll get you in. Can you hear us, Brother Stephen?
Yeah, I got you. You got me?
Yes, sir. We back.
Yeah.
That's another thing, real quick. I was gonna say, if you coming up, shut down all devices. I shouldn't have to tell y'all this, Baba T. You can't be watching on YouTube. You got to close out all tabs, all that. Just got to come in the StreamYard and that's it.
There you go. Baba T definitely gonna be having us on the screen again though. But are we experiencing? Is it well? So what is it? Racism? Is racism alive and well, Stephen James, or are we just victims?
I believe racism totally is alive and well. And I want to say, hello, everybody. Sorry for the delay or whatever.
You good, brother?
Walker's face killed my internet. So I can only do what I can do. But yeah, see, the thing about racism is it's bred into this country. It's built in this country. So anybody who does not understand that racism exists and now how it exists, like if you were a kid that was like born after like 1980, 1990, where it was all this kumbaya and there was all this love stuff or whatever, yeah, that's what they wanted you to think. And that's why we're still at the bottom of the barrel in every statistical category in this country. That doesn't happen by accident. You're the floor.
That part. So what you got, John, if I get back into it?
Salute, happy Veterans Day to all the veterans first and foremost, and salute to y'all brothers, man. So I mean, racism's still alive and well. I mean, it's been something just being from the South and seeing that how, like, even in today's time, like people like don't want to like get on board with even the people that look like you, but you got the nerve enough to spew and holler about racism every chance you get. I mean, of course, it's racism. I'm not dismissing that in no degree, but I mean, but it's still something. It's like one of those things where you have to just like roll with the punches. I mean, if a lot of other people can do it that look like you and share your complexion, so you very well can adapt to that same method too.
G Honda, right quick. I love what you just said there, brother. That's my point. Like, yes, racism most likely ain't going nowhere. I accept that. However, our ancestors had to deal with a much more violent and aggressive. I understand they still find us at the end of the ropes. Understood it. And trust me, I understand. But our women don't so much have to worry about us coming home. That is gone. So if they can endure that, who am I to complain? I like that point, that position, G Honda.
And shout out to Mr. Wilson. He said, Happy Veterans Day, SBC. Love you guys. He says, there's no reason to bring up the answer to the problem if no one's willing to listen. And I'll say this. I wouldn't say no one. I would say if everyone, you know what I'm saying? It can't be an all or nothing thing. So somebody's listening. Now, if we sit here and say there's no need to do it because everyone ain't going to listen, that's true.
There we go. But we ain't going to get everyone.
But nonetheless, you listening. So pull up, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, Jab Chicken.
So here we go. I'm going to let this keep playing. I'm going to get y'all in.
What excellent people get.
She's right. She's absolutely right. Every person that I've personally ever come across that has complained that they didn't get a position because of racism, or because they got pulled over because they were black, or because, these group of men wouldn't date you because they only like white women, or insert trauma / whatever it is that's the problem. And then the reason is because you're black. I see 1,000 videos. I seen a woman that was saying that she has to move from Glendale, California. Y'all might have even seen this one, but I'll probably do a separate review video on it. She has to move from Glendale, California because she's a black girl in white spaces. Now, when I went over to Glendale, California, and I spent a little bit of time over there, I had no problems whatsoever. Sometimes I go into spaces that's all black, and I'm fine. And I go into spaces that's all white, and I'm fine. And I go into spaces that's all Arabic, and I'm fine. And I've never had a problem getting a job, and I've never had a problem being led up the corporate ladder.
Here's what I'll say. All right, I get it. I know Anton ruffles a lot of feathers. The problem with people is stop being so anecdotal. People act like they don't understand what's going on in the world, or they can't relate to, real situations. But I get it. Some of us ain't got it so bad. We live in penthouses and got butlers, granted. But there's, like y'all said, there's still stuff going on that needs to be acknowledged, but we don't need to be victims. Don't wear it on your sleeve. but don't come up here act like, hey, we all rich. Ain't none of us doing bad. That ain't true either. So we got to find a medium.
There you go. Yeah, folks need to just keep it a buck. You know what I mean? Like, there's always something going on. Shout out to the men and husbands that dare to do their own home repairs, man. Always something need fixed. Like, but I don't know. Everybody got to act like, I got it under control. No. Shout out to Jay Prince. Keep it real every now and again, huh? Shout out to all the rich YouTube people.
That part. So what you got, Brother Jay? Welcome up.
What's up, brother Gavin, brother Walker, panel, chat. Yeah, like y'all said, racism exists. Okay, it does. And what? Like, you're not gonna stop people from being racist. That's gonna stop you from running your race. Like, I mean, what are we gonna do, man? I think the solution to this problem is when what we're doing right now, the dialogues and the monologues that we're having on here, if we take that and can roll it over into some type of community group or something to where information is passed on the state level, starting out with, find out who's close to you, find out information that's been verified that you're passing on. Don't just pass on something that you saw on social media, and don't just pass on something because you feel a certain way. Sometimes I say things that I don't necessarily feel that the way it should be. I just say it because that's the way it is. So I mean, Gav Walker, y'all have a beautiful launch pad for something if you wanted to undertake that. People listen to you, people watch you, you have something that the brothers gravitate towards. I mean, you got what, 100+ people alone in the chat. We all know at least 10 people that can, feet to the ground, get something done. I mean, I'm in Connecticut. I know G-Rap is in Connecticut. I know some other people is, I think, close to New York or whatever like that. Neighborhood outreaches, find some young brothers that's on the verge of falling into the bad groups. Maybe there's some that we can't reach, but there's some that we can. The guys like all of us in here, when we were teenagers, we're here now talking. We all seem relatively educated. Most of us came either from the hood or hood adjacent. Let's go find those brothers so that they don't make the same mistakes that we made. I mean, I think that's where it starts now. Get them younger and let them know, yeah, it's gonna be racism. It's not stopping you. It's not stopping you from doing anything. It might be in your way of something, but you're might have to go around it, might have to go over it. Sometimes you might have to go through it, but you can't get it done, man. All of us are living examples of this happening. I was listening to MM the other day, and he was saying something about he hates when brothers get on a live or a panel and they're talking about they get on the panel and they're talking about, fatherless homes, yada, yada, yada. And then every brother on the panel is a father that's in the house. It's like, like we just so used to regurgitating the same talking points that we don't even realize we are outside of those talking points. We're living proof that that's not the truth. You know what I'm saying? So,
amen. When you were talking there, Brother Jay, I almost called you Jay Prince, Brother Jay Tillman, you describing, talking about community outreach. I started to picture my guidance counselor in high school. Like, I wonder if I could do that when I retire, be a guidance counselor. Because that's who helped me a lot. Shout out to the guidance counselor. My guidance counselor, Mr. Tonio, he was super dope.
I had a big brother.
I'm gonna get you in, Brother Luther. Welcome up, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Because I was just okay. And I learned how to be nice to other people in good spaces, and I never used race as an excuse. And I've done a lot better than a lot of the people that don't even look like me, that come from environments that are better than me. But I've done incredibly well for myself, and for whatever reason, I haven't been held back by white supremacy. And I was born in the blackest city in America, in Detroit, Michigan. Maybe it's you. She's absolutely right. Perhaps it's because you may have a bad attitude, and nobody owes anybody anything And so you have to be a little bit more mindful of your attitude or how you see things, and you may have to change some things so that you can be more successful. But the first thing that you have to do is you have to stop blaming everybody else for your problems. That's the only way to get out of this mire, this muck that you're in. And most of the people that I talk to, if you start to deep dive further enough, then you'll find out that it actually is them. 99.9% of the time, it's you.
I'm not sure if you noticed this, but we are currently entering an era where the so-called white American does not care about your feelings. Yes, as a black American, many white Americans do not care about your feelings. Right now, it's fuck your feelings. I don't care if you call me a racist.
I almost feel like everybody stole that from me.
Yeah, here we go. I'm going to stop it for a minute. It's a lot going on. All right. The truth. F what they talking about. I want to get Luther in. I know you got something to say. What you got, brother?
You know, Antoine tends to, I'm a fan of his 50% of the time. But he got to stop being a fucking hypocrite, because he's the same one that'll talk about how many black women he hired and put on. Why even say that if you're not going to acknowledge that there was a problem? He will say, I have more black women that I've hired personally. Why are you saying that? That lets me know you know there was a problem. So quit playing. And then the thing that, acknowledgement, this is the thing that gets me. We just had the first female governor elected in Pennsylvania? Why do we still have firsts? We still have states where there's no black governor, first black mayor, one black president. They need to quit playing in this psychology that it's over with. Now it's all on us. Not one of us, maybe one or two of us, but not many of us have great grandparents who have property. Why is that? How is it just so that Black Americans don't have property from 200 years ago?
Racism, Ayers
from
law.
100 years ago. How many in here, and I don't, Mr. Wilson, I will ask you respectfully, was probably born before we could technically vote? Those people are still alive. Is it a hindrance? No. But to say that it's gone and act like it's your problem, we have ICE in these cities right now plucking people, and they don't have no idea whether they speak English. They just know they're brown. How do they know this? So quit playing and acknowledge it. I understand that. I do have to work hard, and we do have people bringing us down. But to sit around like Antoine says and says, it's 100% you. I listen to him. And he'll say things like he says he hires more black women. Why are you saying that? It wouldn't even be something that you would have to say if it wasn't something that you had to talk about.
Okay. Well, here's my question. I'm going to get Mr. Wilson in. Mr. Wilson, I want to ask you, first of all, welcome up, brother. I'll welcome you up because I know you're going to have your, welcome up, Mr. Wilson. First thing first.
How you doing? First off, as always, happy Veterans Day to everybody. As always, I hope I'm not too ugly. Guys, I will be honest, like I said in the chat, there's no sense in going over and over when at least I know the answer. Now, I'm not a preacher or whatever, but I do believe in Jesus Christ. And so that's my answer.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. This is why I wanted to ask you, because this dude hit on something. Has there ever been a moment in your life where white folks were compassionate about your feelings?
No.
So nothing new going on today.
But there's never been a moment where black people were either. So, I'm not going to say everything on, especially with me, was all white folks when there's a lot of things I could say about black people. The thing is this though, here's our biggest problem. Everybody agrees with, especially I notice on most of the black YouTube channels that have panels, if I say, hey, he who findeth the wife findeth the good thing. You all agree with that, right? No, you don't. Okay. Okay. What about he who traineth the child in the way in which he should go? and when he gets old, he won't depart therefrom. You all agree?
Now,
with
what about
that?
this? What about this? What if I told you the letter J, since you want to keep doing this, the letter J didn't even exist whenever they say a man named Jesus was walking around. The letter
Yeah,
J didn't even exist.
yes, sir. But there again, once again, it's an issue of faith. If you don't have the faith, then you don't have the faith. I understand.
Well,
The next time.
I'll say it's not for us to go down any rabbit holes because we ain't doing it.
Well, no, like I said, but the thing is, you wanted to.
I'm gonna redirect it for you. All right, yeah, I don't know nothing about no Larry J's, nothing. I don't care. Listen, I'm gonna say this: we got to keep stuff on the baseline for us in the audience. Everybody is not a PhD on the Bible, respectfully. So when we speak to each other, there must be a baseline where we all can understand, and we can't go too deep. You see what I'm saying? So,
if you let me get there, let me get there.
All right.
Our slavery.
The letter J.
Say that again. Say that. Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Okay. No, but real fast. Let me and then because, like you say, the real issue is this. Now, for us old folks, the reason the answer is Christ is this. When it talks about black women in bonnets and the nose rings and stuff, do you know that's in that Bible?
Yep. It said don't wear
now,
it.
how is it that's in the Bible and that was written 400 or 500 years ago before there was an America? And it's correct. That's the only question I ask. How can the Bible predict how black women, specifically our black women, act today? Out of all the women today, the Bible specifically can point out and say, these women are the children of Israel. And this is why they're acting like that. And the real answer is when I do what I need to do. Well, it's a twofold answer. We don't want to get in all of that. But the thing is, if that part not true, then what part of it anyway? What answer, because you guys are 40 and 50 years old. You guys have had this now for a while. What answer do you have?
For as far as what? Is there racism? That's the question. Is there racism?
No. Well, the thing about the racism, there it goes again. Now, just like when everybody talks about a Tulsa, Oklahoma, the reason we don't have one today, because you guys don't listen to the news and everything, you guys didn't listen to where a car factory, which was going to give a lot of jobs to black people in an area in the South, which I think it was about a year or two ago, was blocked by Republicans, which is the same thing as if we tried to build another Wall Street. When we talk about there's only one governor and one this, that is constantly done because of gerrymandering by Republicans. We show this over and over, but then we'll turn around and say, well, the Democrats are doing this. Well, show me a Democrat who's blocking black people from a car factory moving in their area where they can have jobs in 2022.
Well, listen here. I don't get caught. Are you a Democrat, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I am.
See, what that's part of your problem right there. Just stay away from all the political parties because you so caught up with the political and the religion. It's like a cocktail, and you know what I mean. It's dangerous.
It's a Molotov cocktail.
Well, I just asked you guys, what is your answer? I don't. We're not going to even talk about my answer. We're going to talk about your answer.
Is there racism? Yes. Are our folks playing victim? Yes. Do we need to work hard and have a good attitude? Yes. Shout out to the movie Pursuit of Happiness. That was based on true events. That was not fiction. You know, for the most part. Did you see? I want to bring this up. Do you see how that character went into? He was homeless and he still was fighting for one of the highest positions in New York City. And homeless, struggling woman left him. He could not afford to go into that office and say, racism, unfair. My wife left me. He had to suck it up because he had a goal to accomplish. And I don't believe God is cruel, and he accomplished his goal. But yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Wilson, but that's my answer.
Well, me personally, I think we need to step away from the political stuff. I tell y'all all the time, get back to family. I've been stressing this since day one. Family, marriage, community, structure. It's only one way to do it. Now, people can try to detour, make up your own rules and remix it. That's how we got here. But huh,
now, my question is this: how can we marry a woman who will not speak to us? I've been asking this question for 40 years. Like I said, that book was written by Miss Scheherazade Ali back in 88, 89, the same years I quit drugs. So now, because of Christ. So now, no one has been able to answer the question, how can I marry a woman who will not speak to me?
You shouldn't.
And I can prove it all across this country.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you walking up to the women with that scowl on your face like that? Because hell, I wouldn't speak to you either. Yeah. What are we talking about, Mr. Wilson? Stop the count. Here's the thing. We get what you're saying.
Wait, wait.
We can't speak in absolutes, Mr. Wilson. That's all I'm saying.
No, we can't speak in absolutes because even I don't even go to church or whatever. And there's people today, Black people, still doing videos about how bad it is to be around a Black woman at the airport, at the store, at church. That's not just me and this scowl on my face.
Yeah.
So I understand. Yes, I'm an ugly 65-year-old. I've never been pretty. But the thing is this. You can't tell me that there's not a problem with Black women when we've been talking. We have video on it from the 80s, guys.
Avoid the bad ones, Mr. Wilson. You got to go around the good ones. There got to be some good ones out there. Are they all? Are they all?
Where are they? See, everybody keeps saying they're the good
They're
ones,
there.
but where are they?
They're there. It's like, okay, I'm gonna take this back to the movie reference. Everybody remember the movie The Thing?
Yes.
It can look like anything, right? It can proliferate, it can be around or whatever, but they had to burn it out. They had to burn it out. That's what we got to do. We got to burn them, the ones out that's unreachable. We're not gonna be able to. We're not gonna change this certain group of women. We're not. Got to burn them out, and hopefully it doesn't proliferate to the next generations. We have to show them that there's negative consequences to those actions. Stop integrating them into the group. They're not a part of the group. They're outliers. They don't want to be a part of the group. They don't need us. They don't want us. Your money, your resources. That's it. They don't care about us as individuals. You single guys as individuals. They don't care about you.
Mr. Wilson,
check it out.
Mr. Wilson, you was a handsome brother. That was before the crack.
You look at
you was a handsome brother.
Gavin, you ain't nothing, man.
No, that was accident.
No, it wasn't. Gavin X is an agent of chaos, man. On the low. But that's it, man. You got to burn. We need to burn them out. Stop talking to them. We can talk about them. Stop talking to them. They're not going to change. And try to affect the future generations of young Black women so that they see that you're not going to get what you want. And it's showing. The proof is in the pudding. All these women, the women was beautiful back in the day. They beautiful. They had money. They were well known. They're alone. It's sad. It's ugly. They dancing in the kitchen now. They talk about people taking them on trips and stuff.
I was gonna say, I'll ask Mr. Wilson real quick because I want to get classy and brother internet passport. What was your point of showing that picture? Are you saying even then they weren't speaking? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I want to say that was after the crack. I quit crack when I was 28. That picture was taken when I was 42. That picture's only 23 years old.
That's post crack.
He wasn't doing real crack. You wasn't doing no real crack.
Show that picture one more time. Show the picture one more time.
Looked like it wasn't spiked.
Okay,
yet.
yeah, that's post crack. That's post crack.
It's a tinge. See, y'all didn't have all these overly processed foods and red dyes and stuff. So that helped. Now you got these crackheads, they eating Funyuns and Cheetos and smoking crack. They just.
And you do remember crack was instilled inside of Coca-Cola back in '85. It wasn't the crack that you're addicted. I mean, excuse me, cocaine is not what you're addicted to today.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, all of that. The thing is this though, real fast, guys. How can you blame Jim Crow, racism, or any of that when a woman will get on a plane and say these men will not date me, and that same woman will not talk to you in your country. See, we have to get to that. We have to nail that on the head. There's no way we're going to marry the most educated woman who won't talk to us in our own country, regardless of how we look, like this or this, if we're smiling or whatever, if we're being kind and whatever. And then at the same time, we're no good because we don't give her all our money. Guys, come on. We got to get to that. And I mean, that's one of the biggest truths of the matter. We can't, a house divided against itself will not stand. And there's no way you're going to stand with a woman who the scowl on her face is worse than the one on mine right now.
You gotta find a woman that's Mr. Wilson. You seem like you got good personality. You seem knowledgeable. I know it's a couple gams that would love to cohabitate with you. You just got to know your lane, Unc. What you want, an IG model? What kind of woman you want, Unc?
Sir, we live in 2025. See, that's another thing.
What kind of woman you want? What kind of woman you want?
I can get me a robot.
Okay, fair.
Well, let me ask you this,
a robot and have my own child with my own self.
Let me ask you this. You asked us what are our solutions. We are talking about family.
It's not mine.
Listen,
I already know the answer.
Listen. All right. So the question is, if you say the women are off track and we need to bring family together, now where we at? What's the solution? How do you get the women back?
Well, it's just like, I'm sorry, I can't see the names. I can't, my eyes. Anyway, just like you said, there's certain people you cannot deal with. We just can't. Light don't walk with darkness.
So should men marry out? Should they go seek other races of women?
Of course.
So it's not over then. It's still hope.
How can it be hope though if you walk down the street with this woman and the black woman will come up? Because I'm saying.
Wait, now
wait a minute. Did you guys see the video of the black woman taking the food away from the white woman in the parking lot? This is a recent video. It's only like a day or two old. Have you guys seen that one yet?
Sir, Miss, I gotta ask a question. Now, it seems.
I mean, it's really sad.
It seems like you are having a lot of bad experiences with sisters, kind of like Jihanda. And like I let Jihanda know, you got to look within. You got to search with why are you attracting these negative outcomes? You got to
number one. Now, see number one. There again. Now we all have different rules in which we grew up with or whatever. All right, if a woman don't like me because of whatever reason, you don't chase, you replace. Remember, the game, it is a cold thing.
So what's the complaint? I agree. You don't chase, you replace. That's so why the complaint?
I don't have a complaint. Oh. I really don't. My thing is this. You guys will not look at the truth. You keep talking about how we gonna have family. We can't have family with that woman.
Well, here's the deal.
We have to go get a different woman.
Well, listen, that could be it. But the thing is, we are speaking to younger men. We definitely ain't talking to you, Mr. So that's what I'm trying to say. We got to keep this on the topic. We talk about what can younger men do. As far as you and your family days, we move past that. What's your message? We're trying to save a generation to get the community back. It ain't going to start with you. It's going to start with younger folks.
Now, do you want the community back or do you want people happy? Because you're not going to get both.
Huh. Well, we ain't look for happiness. We're looking for fulfillment. So community.
Do you want the community back?
Yep.
Okay, now my answer is in the Bible. 2 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 14. When my people turn from their wicked ways.
You are a false prophet, and security, take him out of here.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Come through the 10 ball. He says, Mr. Wilson, come back on. Or what he says, come on, back out of that rabbit hole, sir. Take 5. He said, shout out to Project Leroy. And shout out to Go Cree Cree. She says, salute to the chat and the panel.
Shout out to Go Cree Cree.
Appreciate you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So Mr. Wilson got 5 minutes. I'm gonna let this video keep going. I'll get y'all in.
Anywho.
Oh yeah, that's the attitude with many white Americans in today's world. And guess what? Call me crazy. Call me crazy. But I'm happy that this is happening. I am. See, because for decades, and I mean decades, the white American has to walk on eggshells of trying not to offend the so-called black American by making them feel like they're less than. See, whatever the white American does or say, they're easily labeled a racist, and it ruins their livelihood because they're scared to offend the black American. At least that was a point in time. Today, complete opposite. Fuck your feelings. I don't care anymore. Have you seen the amount of so-called blackface content released this year? A bunch of them. That's basically them saying, fuck your feelings. And you know what's even crazier? Many white Americans are not even racist. That's the whole point. They're not even racist. They're not even terrible people. Of course, some of them are, but everyone's racist. But my point is, many of them are not even racist, but they can easily be labeled one by doing something or saying something. They can easily be labeled a racist. And they know this. I know this.
We all know it. And everybody is so easily offended, so sensitive. And I just want to get back to a time where we just was honest about what we really believed and what we really felt without trying to cancel other people that may feel differently than us. And even if somebody disagrees with you, and even if somebody may be racist, how does that hurt me? I don't care.
So here we go. I'm gonna stop just for a minute. I want to get Brother Classy in first. All right. How do you think? I mean, is racism stopping you? Has it stopped you from achieving things from in your life being great?
Only if I allow it. It's up to me at the end of the day. I'm my own individual. There's always going to be racism around this world. This whole country is built and fabricated off of racism and classism. Me growing up, I've been born in all three categories. Not born, excuse me. I've lived to see all three categories. Upper class, I was raised around that. I was raised around the middle class, and I was raised around the lower class. If you want to be technically honest about people that are racist, they don't even like their own family members. Hell, they don't even like themselves. So why should you bury yourself into that person's misery and their depression? Why do it? It's a waste of time. I can tell you right now, I've had a guy come at me, call me the N-word. 3 days later, he's in the hospital. He saw my face. He took a dump on the gurney. He found out that I'm going to be one of the people that's going to be helping with his surgery. So, of course, no, I'm not going to do anything wrong, but he was scared out of his mind. Oh my God, there's actually a black person that works in the hospital. Yeah, we're not all Africans. I'm sorry. But with that being said is, I can tell you right now, he is right. My personal opinion, I don't think a lot of white people are genuinely just racist towards black people. Do they have family members that's like that? Absolutely. Some of them could have been born way back in the day where they just used to seeing white folks treat black people bad. Yeah, they still exist. They still got those family members. I can also tell you that, tell you the truth, half the time I don't want to be around most black people. Hell, I think I've been prejudged in my life more by black people than other people by the races. You're too skinny, you're too fat, you're too nerdy. You don't look what is supposed to be deemed as a black American man in the eyes of the same woman that I'm supposed to be attracted to.
I would say to you, Classy, the thing that I think that's sticking with me is they're trying to deflect from acknowledging it. It may not hold you back, but to act like it didn't exist is where I have a problem with Anton. It doesn't stop
Anton,
you, and the real racism we don't see. It's bigger than us.
Of course.
But to say that because that person right there has held me back, no. But I acknowledge by the two videos that we just watched before, that truck driver and that lady that he was interviewing, it's still there.
Of course. Yeah.
How you react to it, like Mr. Walker always says, we need to be bigger than that. We need to be bigger than our hood relatives and be stronger than them so that that's not our representation. And we also need to be big enough to not let that lady bother us to do our mission. So, but I hate when people don't acknowledge, and that's what Anton, that bothers me. And I've said this to him, I've talked to him, And I've said, I understand F your feelings. That's fine, because you can't come into this with emotions. That's something that Mr. Walker always talks about when he's doing his, to me, inspirational man talk. Stay out your feelings, brother, and stay on your mission. I'm okay with that. But stop playing like it was. My mother was born before she could vote. So that still exists. Let's not get away from that, but it doesn't hold you back.
Absolutely. I agree 1,000%. Like I said, I've had there's a lot of things about Anton Daniels that I agree with. There's a lot that I don't agree with him on. Sometimes I think he's on the FOS mission when he says certain things, my own personal self, but that's his belief. And do I have Black people in my family that act that way? Absolutely. But at the same time, me personally, I'm not going to try to change them. That's who they are.
Right.
So
you know
I
what the
try
conflict. I'm
Mhm.
sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Classy. You know what the conflict seems to be? You can't do both. So, you know, crabs in the barrel thing, that's a mentality. It has nothing to do with it's not. I don't believe today it has to do with socioeconomics. It's a mindset. We are not allowed to sit here, men that have literally got it out the quicksand. We can't sit here and say, yeah, there's racism. We've experienced racism.
But it doesn't hold me back.
However, we can't be a victim to it. We, as melanated folks, cannot take that position. We coons.
Because
you got to choose a side. Either you be a victim or you be a coon.
And that's a valid point. In today's world, in 2025, this stuff right here that we got going on is about competition for resources. Right now, us as a Black people, we're at the very bottom. And if we're not careful, we're going to be etched out of everything in America because we too concentrated on this part over here and this battle between us, between who makes the most money and who's doing that stuff. Don't do anything when it comes to our whole cultural being in America. Right now, we're being erased. They're trying to erase us out of political field. They're trying to erase us out of everything. And the only people that can get our stuff together is going to be us. A lot of worrying about what white people and other races of people think about us. It's not going to do any good for us. It's not going to do even, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, Luther. Even the Africans that come over the country, they got something bad to say about us. And we look at them and we tell them, well, wait a minute, you got what you got because of our ancestors. But at the same time, I say they will be the same ones, just like the Latinos. When this boat came out, they started coming at Black Americans telling us, why come we didn't do this? How come we didn't do this? When they had the same rights to vote with whoever they wanted to vote for. They blamed us. And I look back and I think, when did we all have the collaborative power to kick you out of a country we never even owned? But at the same time, it's a waste of time arguing with those type of people because it's going to get you all upset. It's going to mess up your whole entire day. It's not worth it. They're going to think about what they think about Black people regardless. Right. All I know is we all need to stick together and we all need to do for us because nobody else will. Not white people, and excuse my language, not even a political party. I digress my point.
Amen, bro.
I'll let you get in here real quick, Brother Luther. I got to get internet passport in.
Okay, no, I was just going to say, like I said, with that video we had of that young lady with the blackface, when the first thing I thought of when she brought all those pictures of all the people that were collecting the EBT, and I was saying, part of what she's saying is truthful, even though the way she put it, but she still had enough evidence. We got to not be able to provide them that evidence. We need to get out of that system. So when she plays the stuff, it's all fake. But sadly, everything she played was real.
So what you got, internet passport? What's your take?
I was just gonna say, for one, I'm surprised to see so many other Bills fans in here, because that's good to see. But does racism exist? Yes. We know it. We just have to be able to navigate this world and this country. I love it so much, but you know, it has its pros and its cons. We have to do our best to get through it as best as we can. One of the things that I think that we should do is, especially as men here, try and do your best to make yourself as valuable as possible. Mr. Wilson, he mentioned it earlier, just when it comes to how things were changing, a possible AI robot woman, but that technology is here and we're already seeing the effects, and it's going to continue to come in. So learn those specialized skills, being able to do whatever you can to get that money up. We just had here in my area was an NBA young boy, never broke again. That's what I think about NBA. I don't want to be broke again. I remember those days where I had to go walk to work. Now over here, I got a nice vehicle. Don't want to say anything, but I feel real proud of those things that, hey, I can't go back. The only way is forward. I got to keep learning those skills. And
I'm
in
trying to
addition to
stereotype
those,
you here, brother. Internet, you talking about you got a nice vehicle. What you look like? You look like a Benz man.
Oh, hey. I do what I can. I'm just like everybody else, man. I'm just like everybody else. So what they say, man, I'll put it like this. I just don't want the neighbors to find out what I do.
Amen.
Just keep that on the L, man. But I would say just going back to it, AI robots are one thing. We also got to work on those soft skills. That combined will make yourself specialized, make yourself more valuable to different companies. Once you move yourself up, we all know what helps that bring in some of the women, going back to that family creation as well. And being one of those folks that, blessed to say, been traveling since I was maybe around 7, 8 years old, thanks to my folks, man, trying to get out there. But I was like, hey, the market there is global. But I think, like you said, it starts by knowing the area that you're working with, the problems, and saying, hey, I'm going to do what I can to fix it, but I still have to navigate this minefield. And I can't have that hold me back. Can we take that as an excuse? Some people say yes, some people say no. I just say, hey, if you know the battle that you have to fight, go ahead and fight it.
That part. So here we go. I'm gonna let this keep going. If you're just coming in, hit the like button. Project Leroy says Anton got inheritance, not that work hard lie.
Oh, shout out to Project Leroy. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, it's not going to stop me from doing anything that I want to do when I want to do it. And that's a them problem. That's not a you problem. That's a them problem. Because any person that I've ever heard proclaim on the internet to be racist is corny and they poor and they don't have no power whatsoever. I want to know who people really are. I want to know what people really think. Even if you got a difference of opinion than me, doesn't mean that I'm going to remove your humanity. Whether you're a black person that's racist or a white person that's racist, I'm just tired of people making an excuse as to why they can't be successful.
Like I said, we're not entering an era where they just do not care anymore.
They don't.
And it's beautiful. It is dope. I'm happy more of them are becoming vocal and they're deciding to stop walking on eggshells of trying not to offend the so-called Black American. Right now, it is fuck your feelings.
What if I walked into a restaurant and they just so happen to be racist, right? And they're overtly, like, they tell me that they're racist. Do I want to eat there? Or do I have the option of leaving and going spending my money elsewhere? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, even if you are, you just save me some money so then I can go and eat somewhere else. You lose. You are hurt.
Or not eat out at all. There you go. Or not celebrate their holidays. Don't be up here Thanksgiving, Christmas. Stop doing all this stuff if y'all really standing on it, but we can't stop.
I want to add one thing to what he said when he was talking about the restaurant. It goes back to us when we're talking about buying certain type of fashions that don't want to sell to black people. You have the right to take your money and leave. You don't have to buy it. Don't go on the news and cry about, oh, they won't let me in this club. They won't let me in this. Who gives a flying you know what? It's your money. You can make the decision on what you want to do with it. Do you really need that Gucci belt that bad? Do you really need that Louis Vuitton that bad? Probably just to get with a woman that's got a vagina that looks like a spotted Dalmatian. It's not that serious. Me, you know what I drive? I drive a dump truck. I don't give a damn about no Mercedes Benz and nothing like that. I could care less. I digress. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Shout out to Classy.
So here we go. What you got, Steve? I'll get you back in, brother. There you go.
There we go.
You on?
I'm just sitting back listening to all this, and it's up to you as an individual to do your thing and to be the best version of yourself that you can be, despite your circumstances. Some may have been born into middle class or upper class or lower class families. How I look at a person, if I get to know them well, it's not where they're at, it's where they come from, because that gauge tells you how much that person had to overcome. I grew up in a very lower class situation. However, I've got degrees. I do all right. You ain't got to worry about me. But the span of things that I had to overcome, that was all on me. Is there racism? Yes. Will there always be racism? Yes. I've had classmates call me N-word in front of the teacher. What did the teacher do? Nothing. She went on and continued to teach because she looked just like them. That did not give me the right to say, I'm not going to study for the next test because the teacher didn't have my back. You got to do what you got to do to get what you want. That's what they do. They never cared about your feelings. Why should they? For centuries, they thought you were less than a human. Did we forget that? Or is it that not teached? I'm done.
Amen, Brother James. Amen.
What you got, Gianna?
No, I just wanted to add to what Project Leroy was saying about, Anton getting an inheritance. I mean, shouldn't that be beneficial to like his parents leaving them whatever they left him? So like, he's continuing on his lineage, and like, that's what every other race is doing. I mean, look at the races that own Kellogg, Procter & Gamble, and all those major companies that's been around like far longer than we've been born.
Well, I like you bought again.
I think people's biggest issue with it is he does not admit it. So it's the whole point. They saying he's lying. So even when he's confronted, he's saying it's not. He said it's not true. He has addressed it. He said he has never received a dime. So, but people saying he did. So there we are.
And the thing is, and why does it matter? Like, like I grew up with an aunt. You know what I mean? Like Anton. You know what I mean? I don't exactly want to go have brunch with her and reminisce at all. But I could thank her for all of those hardcore lessons she taught me, trying to teach me JavaScript. She's the reason why I never failed an interview. And she was just mean. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she looked down on poverty because she had 2 degrees. That was her. But she taught me so much. And once I graduated college, I had to go back to her and say, I thank you. I thank you for the lessons you taught me. Like, and we got to be able to compartmentalize like that. Forget, you ain't got to like the person, but if they are giving you some advice that can move you forward, what does it matter whether they came from inheritance or from the gutter muck?
I agree. But like Jihan just saying, to address what you said, I agree 100%. We should be passing stuff down to our kids and moving forward. But yeah, that's people's issue with it. The whole Anton, that's a whole separate discussion as to, that's a rabbit hole. But real quick, what you got, Mr. Wilson?
Well, one, is it wrong to talk about Christ? Because I won't talk about it no more.
Right now, let's get through this. On the back end of the show, we'll have more time.
Okay, so I won't. But what I wanted to say is, I didn't know Mr. Walker graduated from college.
I didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, no, because you said you just graduated, and that's fine if you did or didn't. I
didn't.
I never seen you as somebody who could graduate from college. I'm not saying you can't. I went to college. I didn't, I went to college. We all went to college.
Okay, all right.
But no, I didn't know. I just no. I didn't know. You just didn't seem like,
I don't seem like I could graduate from college. I don't seem college educated.
No.
That's fine. But I can live with that. I can live with that.
You do to me, Mr. Walker. You do to me. I definitely thought you came out with some on you.
I left early. I left early. I went for football. I went to the Cleveland Browns. I hate to acknowledge.
I made half a semester.
But yeah, I didn't graduate. I'm used to say I was, but I don't need to. But yeah, if you don't think I look educated, I can live with that.
Here we go. Here we go. Let me get back into it, Mr.
And I'm happy it's happening.
I just want to ask black folks something. Why do y'all want to be oppressed so bad? Why do y'all want to experience the slavery mentality? I don't give a fuck about slavery. I've never been a slave and I don't plan on being one. I'm not going to drag the chains of my ancestors into my life. The generational curses stop here. The slave mentality stop here. Because to be honest with you, I've never been oppressed. I've never been held back. I've never been hurt by anybody white. You know who I've been hurt the most by? Held back?
Black people.
And people that have stopped me from gaining things were people that look like me.
Facts.
I only been oppressed by my own people.
All the time.
And that's the sad part. They want you to turn a blind eye to their cruelty to us, their own people.
Yep.
Here we go. Two things is true. All right. It's come down to proximity. We are around each other 90% of the time. So it's always going to be black folks hating on you and victimizing all that. That does not cancel out what white folks do. I think that's what one thing don't cancel out the other one. All right. They both exist. You know, obviously one going to happen more than the other. There's some black people who have never had an issue with a white person as far as, you know, being victimized or whatever. Don't mean it don't exist. They can say, oh, anytime something bad happened, it was a black person. You know, they broke in my car, they slept with my wife or whatever. But it is what it is. Two things is true.
There you go. You know, I believe as melanated folks, you know, you gonna get hurt by all races. All races gonna slight you throughout your life if you are striving for anything other than mediocrity. But every time we are slighted by our kind, we remember that. You know, I can't remember how many times, you know, white folks have been racist to me. It's been a good amount of times, but I could remember vividly every character that shared my complexion that shows some hatred towards me. Got stories, but yeah.
So we're gonna hold on, Mr. Wilson. Welcome up, Ebony Dean. What you got, sister?
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. I was just watching in the chat, and this is a very interesting topic that we're talking about today. I think it's important for us to like focus on our children and showing them and making them aware of what the world thinks of them, while also teaching them and building up their self-esteem at home, so that nothing that is ever said to them out in the world will ever affect them. I think that's really important. I know for me as a mother and having a son, I've had to deal with the schools doing a lot of janky things to him, and I had to go up and set a lot of things straight up at the schools, trying to put him in the ECAP classes or the IEP classes, and he's a straight A student. And one day he came home and was like, "Mom, I'm in a classroom now with all the homies." And I'm like, "Well, ain't nothing but 10 of you guys at the school." So they put them all in the same class, no technology in the class, no nothing. So I went up there and I caused all kinds of hell respectfully at the school. And I was like, if you guys don't put my son back in the regular class, he's not coming back to the school. They threatened to take me to court. They threatened to arrest me. I went up to the school.
So it's not like a traditional school. Like, how can they do that?
It's a public school. Well, the problem is that they're used to mothers and stuff being busy.
Exactly. Thank you.
And just going along with it. And they even asked me, they were like, "Well, ma'am, you know, we can call you over the phone if you have to go to work or whatever. This is my job, being up here and making sure my son is straight. So don't worry about what I have going on. I'll be up here every day about mine." So I definitely ran in.
So I'm just trying to wrap my mind around. I know you get to school, you got like home class. All the boys and the girls are in a class together. There's, you know, 8th grade, there's probably 10 different little sections. But now they put all the black boys in one class.
Yes, along with some of the special needs. There was a couple of special needs kids in the class, and a couple other children of color or whatever. But they grouped them all and put them all in this one class.
Dude, that's That's what happened. That's what happened to Mr. Wilson. That's how he ended up all wild. So you can't put him in the class like that. They got to be with regular kids.
Right.
This is true, Ebony Dean. Man, as soon as you start telling, when Mr. X asked that question, that's it. If this is why it starts at home.
Yep.
Me, my wife, and I didn't experience something to that extreme. However, we got to understand in Ebony Dean. Yep. If they will do, you know, touch and go. Or do these kids got active parents? If not, they will do what they want with them.
Yep.
They will. I listen, when I was in my second foster home, I think I told you, they tried to put me in a slow class.
Yeah.
I had to score perfect. I had to score perfect on a writing test in order not to get into this dang on slow class. And I did. I was the only student in the whole class, the only black kid in the whole school. That's the only kid in the whole school to do it. That was God. Because they tried to put me in the slow class. And I was a foster kid. Wasn't nobody coming to take me out to supply closet. But salute to Ebony Dean's sister. They tried it.
Yeah, they did try it, and what they did next was they were like, well, we want you to be ahead of the diversity stuff at the school to teach us how to do. No, you guys know how to act, and stop, cut the crap. I don't need to be head of diversity of nothing. Treat these babies like you treat all these other other students. Y'all know me. I'm not the one to play with. So no, we don't need the diversity program. Treat these babies right and treat them like you treat everybody else. So yeah.
Listen, I agree. That's why, I mean, we do need more black schools. Shout out to Dr. Umar. Like, we got to make something smack. We got to get behind the FDMG, something. Listen, it's a start. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Well, the thing is, we have the technology in our hands right now. I don't know why we continue, or not we, but you all who have kids, why do you continue to send your kids to public school when you have the technology to sit down and homeschool them now?
It's happening, Mr. Wilson. Me, my wife and I, we're going to take on that task in a couple of years. It's coming.
But what I'm saying, to me personally, we should have been doing this since 2010.
It's not practical. It's not practical.
No, well, whether it's practical or not.
What do you mean?
Well, here's the deal. We are at 2025, and we're still talking about Mr. Walker being the only people homeschooling his kids. And we doubt if he passed college. And I don't mean to say that, but I'm just saying.
Well, here we go. Here we go. Let me stop you now. Two things could be true. We're going to stop. Mr. Walker is what I'm saying, a married man to an intelligent woman. So regardless of what you think about Mr. Walker, this is why family is important. Because even an idiot like you, Mr. Wilson, could be married to a smart woman. This is why we all must. You see what I'm saying? We all can do it. Look, me and Mr. Walker, we idiots. We married to smart women. Why can't
we had to, Mr. Wilson. You hit the nail on the head, Mr. X. We both can't be a little touched. Yeah, my wife speak multiple languages. Her and the kids speak languages I don't even understand. I just say good for y'all. Y'all doing all right.
No, but the point is, real fast though. But real fast, sir, Mr. Walker. Let's say the first day of class, you want to teach not just your kids, but me and everybody here. What's the first thing you can teach us to progress in 2025? And I'm not talking about Bitcoin.
First thing I got to teach is I got to make sure you know who you are. Mm-hmm. For my babies. Yeah, that's first you got to have knowledge of self. We can move from there.
Us. Teach us right here. What would you teach us?
To not be ignorant like you.
Well, I'm ignorant. Well, I want to ask you one question. Is the theory of relativity probable? Is the theory of relativity. You know, yeah. Is that probable? I'm an idiot. Remember, I'm an idiot.
No, stop.
No, I'm an idiot.
I got that. You can't.
No,
I'm
an idiot.
Education. You start coming at me, and now you.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
The theory of relativity.
Can I tell you about my education? Can I tell you about my education real fast?
Yes, sir.
I only have a GED. And in 1994, when my brother stayed with me and he was hooked on crack, he stole the G from my GED, which only left me with ED. So, I don't know a damn thing, but I do know that the theory of relativity. Relativity. I can't even pronounce it.
Which is what? Can you explain it? What is it?
It's E equal MC squared. Albert Einstein's theory was that if we could go at the speed of light 2 seconds and come back, that the world will have went 100 years
so
in the future.
So what does that have to do with anything in modern times? How can we use that and benefit from it?
Well, we can build spaceships now with the technology we have in.
I
failed this
class. Where you gonna start? Let's start. Where we starting?
I'm 65 years old and the old ugly man that don't have a brain. Mr. Walker is the man with the brain.
Okay, hold on. Let me
We're
ask you this.
listening to Mr. Walker.
Hold on. Let's say we built this spaceship. Where the hell we going now? Where we going?
Well, to me, we'd go to Mars.
All right. Once we get to Mars, what we doing?
Dying.
Well, we're gonna start. No.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna
No,
get
we can terraform Mars now. We have the technology, guys. See, that's what I'm saying. We have the technology to terraform Mars now.
Every person on this panel and watching, and it may watch in the future, can afford one turbo thruster to send us out of freaking orbit, let alone a whole ship.
It only costs $250,000 to build one rocket. It only costs $1 million to build 4 rockets.
Stop lying!
Why you lying, ho?
Stop lying!
Prezi, I know the time, ho.
Stop lying.
4G's what we slide.
Stop.
All right. Now here we go, Mr. Wilson. Relax. Take 5.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. We got a lot more show. I'm gonna get Jay here real quick.
I say we put Mr. Walker on that rocket and launch it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Here we
Send
go.
me.
Here we go. What you got, brother Jay?
With all love and respect, we gotta. I mean, it's entertaining, man. But are we really trying to get to a solution to this? Are we really talking and staying on the topic? Because I mean, it's funny, but it's like, come, and you are elder, and you're gonna look at this brother who started this entire platform and disrespect him like that, man, until he looks like he didn't graduate. That's so disrespectful. You an elder, man. Shame on you. Anyway, the thing that happened to Sister Ebony, if we weren't like this, if we were like this, she wouldn't have went into that school by herself and had to talk to those teachers by herself. She should have had a conglomerate of Black faces behind her, of Black and other faces behind her, to say this is unacceptable. What is going on in this school? We're gonna all pull our children out of this school. We're not a community. That's what, no matter any amount of racism that exists in this country, if we were on our purpose, there's nothing that's going to stop us from doing. The reason that it holds individuals back is because we're not like this. That's why they can pick people off. Stuff gets lost and falls through the cracks. If we're like this, if we're a network of people, they can't do that. Yes, racism exists. And what? So what? Who cares? Which one of us gonna stop somebody from being racist? Like I said earlier. Who? Yes, racism exists. Yes, individuals encounter racism. If they can't catch us like this. There's other communities. They have racism. They don't deal with the issues that we do because they have a community and we do not. We don't. And y'all know who I'm talking about.
Facts.
I agree. What you got, Internet Passport?
Well, one thing I wanted to come in and say is just it starts going back to the family and having people that has your best interests at heart. And a similar thing, we all had some experiences. You having me flashback to I'm about to graduate high school, and I have my the colleges that I want to apply to. I'm all excited. I go to my counselor, and he says, "Hey, I think you should be good going here." And I looked at that list. I said, "Go there, go there." But I did the research. Says I'm qualified for these. Well, just in case you don't get in, you got these ones over there. I said, "Dang, man, starting me off there low." I was just so offended with that. I always stuck in my mind. I said, "Okay, that's a plan B." But you know what? I'm just gonna do those and this one. It just made me think about going back to being able to navigate that minefield. You know, what's that movie, The Hurt Locker, where he's defusing the bombs or whatever? He comes up, he sees and everything. Sometimes you see him coming, sometimes you don't. But how you react to those situations, like how Ebony Dean was handling that situation, politely let them know what time it was, and said that, hey, I ain't going down without a fight. And it sounds like to me they were shocked by this. They so used to people saying, oh, I just can't come in at work and she'll work out fine. But because you there politely advocated, you know, for your son, you're able to get the outlook that he wanted and that you wanted there as well. And it made me think about, once we have those families, we could go ahead and support when it comes to community. I was talking to one of the folks there at work, and I was just thinking, I said, man, I need to try a new restaurant, man. And he said, hey, man, I know a couple of Black-owned businesses. Gave me off a whole list. I said, yo, thank you, brother. Now I know I'm going to go get me some good barbecue, man. There's some good soul food. Even little things like the beginning of Truth Over Lies. I always like seeing the poll. Did you hit the like button? I said, oh, dang, I forgot. Let me hit the like button. Let me go ahead and knock that out. I still have to go ahead and listen to Jay Tillman's Soulful Christmas Mix. I said, all right, let me bump that on the way to work tomorrow. I said, let me go ahead. Those little things, at least for me personally, you know, it may not always be seen, but those little ways I could go ahead and support your community in those ways. And if you can't do something so grand, at least I know we can start off small. And for Mr. Wilson, I will end up saying, sometimes some people get mad at the messenger, but sometimes there are some little nuggets in there where I'm like, okay, I think I see where he's going. I'm going to take that with me and bring that forward. But that's what I got.
Appreciate you, brother. And, you know, again, the disconnect is still standing. I see it in the chat. We can't sit here, you know, folks saying, oh, so we supposed to just look past racism. We're supposed to check them. You could check them. Don't let it hinder your life. If checking them involves you going to jail, losing your freedom, like, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. But you're going to tell everybody else to do that too. We acknowledge it. Again, I don't understand. Folks get stuck at their hurt. I get it. If you are experiencing extreme racism, say something. Say something. Say, I'm almost getting strung up daily. We acknowledge that these things happen. What are we supposed to do? Say, just, I don't understand. Again, just do nothing. Complain and just complain and don't stop complaining. Don't move forward. Just keep complaining. That's checking it. I don't know.
And I think a lot of this stuff comes from the workplace. You know, it could be like more microaggressions and stuff like that. Because like myself personally, I am a bit removed from the work environment. So I don't deal with white folks at all on my day-to-day basis. So that's another thing. If you working in that environment, it could be a lot of microaggressions and whatnot. We get it. But we got to be able to distinguish what's what. All right. Are you getting strung from a tree, or is this a microaggression?
When I worked at Honda, I had the best customer service there, hands down. I was the service advisor going out, checking under your car, doing extra stuff, filling your tires. I got the worst reviews. And when I checked and seen why, they said because I didn't fill the coffee machine in the break room. They ain't got nothing to do with my performance. It was racism. I was the only Black person in the building. And I had the worst reviews, but I gave the best customer service. People loved me. But I got the worst written reviews by far. Could I complain? No, who was going to give a rat's patootie? I just said, it is what it is. I've got to find something better.
Yeah, and to go along with what Mr. Walker's saying, I know, me being a Black female, I definitely just experienced discrimination in the workplace. And it wasn't necessarily from white men, but it was white female supervisors, and especially the ones that were a little bit older. So there was always an issue with whatever I did. It didn't matter. And until I really learned what it was, because they want you in positions where you're out the way and you're not at the forefront. They don't want you talking to their men or what they think or who they think that their men are. They want you to stay at a certain place. And I learned that later on, because I'm like, man, I'm a chill person. I'm cool. I come here, I do my job and everything, but none of that matters. So
here's what I'll say. I'll say this to you real quick, Ebony. I think white women are probably the least talented and the least competent people in our society when it comes to the work environment. That's why they feel threatened when you walk in there. Them
And the fact,
those older ones, the old lady at the keyboard. She like, you
Right.
trying to take my job. Them old ladies, they got smoked for virtually everybody because everybody's a threat because they can't do nothing.
Right.
and the fact of the matter is that Ebony Dean is a beautiful woman. She's threatened by that. We have it all up in the hospital. I've seen it everywhere. And Ebony Dean, let me ask you a question. All race aside, was this a heavy set woman?
I had 2 supervisors that were, and one was just a older, but like a older, wrinkly face. Like she was older and looked older, you
She
know.
looked
So
like a British bulldog, basically.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, she's jealous.
Yeah.
All that supposed to work. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson. I'll get you in.
First off, I want to say I hope I didn't offend anybody, especially Mr. Walker, on how I might see him or not see him. Please do not misunderstand me if I might see you or anybody one way and I don't know you.
Yes, sir.
I don't know anybody. There again, because of my belief in Christ, I don't know you until you start speaking. Now, with that said, like I said, I really want to apologize. I didn't mean to offend nobody. 2, now to get back to the school issue in which the young man brought up, the reason why all of us were not with her in that school, we need to do that then in every school. And see, instead of constantly protesting, et cetera, there again, my dad said all of this before you guys were born. I remember something happening and I'm like, we need to be protesting, la, la, la. And he just said, look, we get tired of fighting all the time. And he didn't say it that way, but I'm just saying it for the channel. And he's right. We can't fight for centuries. Now, true enough, we were joking about what we could do, et cetera, and coming together and making things work with a rocket ship or whatever, which all of that is very probable today, et cetera. But the reality is this. There's no way we can come together. Like I said, we go back to the same problem over and over. If I can't say hello to you, if you cannot smile at me and say hello, we cannot do anything. And we know for a fact that the biggest problem, we keep going back to how we cannot come together, regardless of what happens around us, regardless of how many of us have been killed and stuff. There again, remember, like you say, I'm old enough to know about some of us being killed, et cetera, back then, la, la, la. Anyway, we're still here, we survive. But yet and still, we cannot say hello to one another. Now, how can a house divided stand? And I'll leave.
The thing is, I wasn't talking about a protest. I didn't say we hit the streets and start chanting, "We shall overcome." But if you go to the school as a unified front and you lay out your demands of what you will and will not tolerate, that's not a protest. There's not, I hope you will do this. There's no, you will do this, or we will pull our children from this school. And then we will go above your head to city council, whoever we have to go to get your job removed so that this doesn't happen to other kids that look like my children. And also another thing, we're talking about sisters. I know we all love SBC. We love looking at these bonquistas and all this stuff. We got Ebony Dean on the panel. We got Raquel Rose in the chat. Jay Walker in the chat. Olawa in the chat. A whole bunch of Black sisters who are married. These women exist. Brother Gavin, Brother Walker's wives. My wife's Canadian white, but I'm talking about the sisters is here. Come on, the sisters is here. They exist. Burn the other ones out. Leave them to the side. Let them do what they want to. They will fail. We all know they are going to fail. They're failing now. They just make it look shiny while they're failing.
Real fast, though, when it comes to our kids or to the children you guys have and still having school and stuff like that, the thing is this. We're constantly protesting for centuries. So instead of protesting for centuries, why don't we pull them out of the schools and start teaching them what we know that is right? That's all I'm saying.
Well, we all contribute to this. We all contribute to these schools. All of us contribute to these public schools. These are our schools.
Well, no, let's get to the root. I would say it's not
We've been
practical.
doing it for centuries already, though.
Mr. Wilson, who's going to teach your kids in mass?
You guys have to do it. I can't. I'm old, guys. You guys are the future.
Now, here we go, Mr. Wilson, and go to pushback. This is where our generation, and we say, a lot of you didn't teach us much to teach them. A lot of us are learning on the go. We are pouring from a cup that wasn't filled by you.
Well, when I try to teach you, you tell me to shut up.
I would never ever tell you to shut up. I would never tell my elders to. I would never talk to you like that in a million years.
I believe in Jesus Christ, and He said this shit is going to come to an end real soon. So take that for what it's worth.
Okay, so there we go.
Was Jesus there with the slaves?
Yes.
I think that one thing that we can do as parents is make your face and your presence known to the school and to the teachers. Go to the open houses, show up for the conferences, do constant email and phone calls and everything so that they know, okay, like his mom is involved. She wants to know. She's checking progress reports. She's checking in every couple weeks to see how things are going. So I think by us just making ourselves present in the school system and letting them know who you are, I think that definitely helps too. And that there's somebody back behind that brown boy there. His mom, pulls up, or his dad pulls up, or whatever. So making our presence known. And also, Mr. Wilson, you were saying about homeschooling. I know it is a lot easier said than done. There's also a social aspect to it, because if these kids are homeschooled, then they're less social. They have their friends at school, and they have their sports that they're involved in and everything. So school is more than just learning. It's kind of like learning about life too. So I think we can teach them at home, as far as teaching them about themselves, teaching them their history and their culture and everything, all the things that cannot be taught in school, and preparing them for the real world. I think that that's something that we can do at home. And then go get your academics there, and just make sure that they don't try to put you in them janky classes. And if you got to pull up, I believe in comfortable checking. So, checking in a respectful way. Sometimes people need to be checked, and it's not all white people. I believe that there are great white people, but I also believe that some are white supremacists, and we need to call out in a respectful checking, call them out on their BS sometimes. So that's kind of what I subscribe to.
I agree. Do it, gracefully. This is chess, way that I check little undertones of racism and stereotypes. My wife and I, we show up for our kids, whenever. Like you said, we haven't had anything too extreme, but it's all the praise and adulation that became a bit weird. It's like, they saw, thank you guys for being involved in your kids' lives. And my wife and I, because we take this very seriously, I'm like, what else are we supposed to be doing? Then we're like, we get it. Yeah. But it's so with those tones, how we defeat that, how we check that, defeat the stereotypes, defeat all stigmas, make them sit there and scratch their heads when you show up at PTA meetings and your kids, all your kids' stuff is signed. You show them so that they got to sit there, like I said, just scratch their head. Oh, you're not a ninja.
That part. And shout out to Richard, became a member.
Appreciate you, Richard.
And he come back, says the American public school system focuses on indoctrination and assimilation based on the ROTE learning.
There you go. If you can homeschool, that's a tall task. That's not for everybody, but that's a solution. If you are in a position, shout out to my wife.
And this,
what you got, Classy? Go ahead.
No, I'll wait. I'm sorry.
Okay, Brother Horace says, quiz for Mr. Wilson. There are two theories of relativity. Which one are you talking about?
Oh, God.
He don't know. He thought it was one. You thought it was one, didn't you?
No, I know it's two.
Okay. Now you do.
I went to college too. I didn't graduate.
Oh, here we go. He don't know horse. Shout the horse.
Yeah,
you don't know. Just say
you
you don't
want
know.
me to answer now?
We
That's
can't.
I'm sorry.
You ain't Jesus. You ain't all knowing. All right. You cannot know something.
Jesus Christ is all knowing,
I
and
said
if he
you
abides
ain't.
in me, you'd be surprised what I do know.
I said you ain't Jesus. That's what I said.
That's right. I'm not.
All right. Shout out to Mr. Gino. He says racism cost America $80 billion a year. Our economy lost around 16 to 18 trillion over the last 20 years because of it.
Interesting.
So here we go. Appreciate you, brother. We're going to keep it moving. We're going to get into the grime and the dirt. The back end of this show, we get into solutions, Mr. Wilson. All right, we're going to talk about it.
Residents in Northeast Baltimore say they're fighting drug dealing, other crimes, and trash just steps from their homes.
Councilman Mark Conway says this is a part of a larger problem, the city's failure to target open-air drug markets. Spotlight on Maryland's Tessa Bentolin shares what residents are up against at Yorkwood Apartments.
Yorkwood Apartments sits in northeastern Baltimore on Ramblewood Road, surrounded by fall foliage, children walking to and from school, and neighbors who've lived here for years. But just steps away, the scene changes. Drug dealing in plain sight.
You don't even live at Yorkwood, and you want to talk to us about what you
because
see
it's been a problem for years.
Baltimore City Councilman Mark Conway calls them corner boys. He represents this area and says Yorkwood reflects a larger city issue, open-air drug markets.
It suffers from all the same troubles that we see with some of the areas around open-air drug markets. The open-air drug markets then make people feel uncomfortable, then they don't want to buy in those areas or live in those areas.
Conway has repeatedly asked Baltimore police and the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement for a plan to tackle open-air drug markets. He believes the drug activity happening here could be contributing to Yorkwood's 60% vacancy rate.
They ripped them out. Why? I see the trash is.
Oh my gosh, and this whole...
Now let's stop it for a minute. Look, Bonquisha, now 60% vacant. Everybody moving out. Open air drug market. Nug can trap and the crackheads can smoke all they want. Shout out to The Wire, Amsterdam. Y'all remember The Wire when they did that?
Yep.
And he said, you know what? This is art imitating or life imitating art. The dude said, you know what? What we gonna do? We gonna let them sell drugs legally. And what The Wire was in Baltimore or in this area. This is crazy.
My goodness. Listen here. This is if you ask me, it's another example of our elders not passing down, rules, regulations, and stuff. Like the projects, the hood wasn't always nasty. You can go to some of these houses like this where there's Indian folks or different ethnicities, and it's not run down full of garbage. We create that. I lived in it. Mr. X did as well. Gavin spent his whole time in the projects. I spent some time there, and just my short time there, we saw it go down. Still to this day, so it's definitely the people. It's definitely the people that make these things worse. So I ain't trying to hear Bonquisha and them out there talking about the garbage. They part of the problem.
So I'll let this go for another minute. This is crazy.
Why? I see the trash is.
Oh my gosh, and this whole lot all the way to that curb is just full of trash. Conway recently joined Yorkwood residents, Baltimore police, and neighbors for a walkthrough of the property to see the problems firsthand.
Conway, is that some of the drug dealers you were talking about?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Conway's office shared emails with Spotlight on Maryland from residents complaining about the young men conducting business out front, being forced to the ground due to gunshots, and another big issue, overflowing trash piling up for several months. Neighbors, including Lauren Matthews, believe illegal dumping is part of the issue.
We just can't get any progress in the issue.
Spotlight on Maryland found numerous city code violations and citations against Yorkwood since May 2024, most tied to trash accumulation. Several Yorkwood residents did not feel comfortable speaking on camera, but told me they're frustrated and fed up. A nearby homeowner who did not want to be identified echoed those concerns.
It is terrible. Yorkwood is terrible. I've never seen a apartment development like this.
In September, Conway's team emailed the complex ownership group, Pradham Companies, outlining what needed fixing. Pradham responded a few days later with a list of promised improvements.
The management company also says they installed these gates in front of the dumping areas across the property to prevent some of that illegal dumping.
Putting up gates. You know who dumping. White man coming over there dumping all. They doing demos and working on property. We're going to dump this over in the projects because half of the projects is vacant. And these places be huge. Now, this part is systemic, the way they did these projects, and we going to hit on this here. We about to go down the rabbit hole. But still no excuse. We got to figure a way out of this.
I agree.
But what you got, Brother Steve? I know you're trying to get in. I know you have audio issues too.
There you go. There we go. Hopefully this janky internet holds up a bit. That area that they just showed, I pass that area every day. So what they don't tell you is right across the street from there are homes, are row homes that are majority owned by Black people who are afraid to come out their house. What the news, I don't know what, I have not seen that clip. I wish I could have. But if they don't tell you, and I know this firsthand, that the reason why drug dealing and those situations have run rampant, especially in this area, is because the mayor, who is a Black man, doesn't want police interaction with those young brothers. And here's why. Because he's a progressive and he thinks as soon as they get involved with the police that the people who are causing the problems, these YNs, that they're going to get shot. Despite the fact that they're the ones causing the problem. So how do I know this? Is because I may be in one of those houses. That may be 2 blocks away from where I live. I may have had issues with 5, 6, 7 YNs sitting on my steps when I come home, and they don't want to move because they don't think that they have to. So either people in that area, either they strap up and show the pow-pow just like them to get some respect, or you say, hey, look, man, I ain't trying to cause no problem or whatever. I'm just trying to get in my house. They don't care because they don't want to be showing up. There's a lot of things going on here, and it's not the people, Mr. Walker, that's in the area. When the people do what they should, when they call the red, white, and blue, or the red and blue, and the red and blue says, hey, look, man, the mayor don't want us rolling up on them because he's trying to bring the crime stats down, and he don't want no interactions with them or whatever because he don't want them to be running and shooting at the same time.
Wow.
Now, we as residents, of course it's going to be 60% empty. Why would you stay? And that's your mayor, Brandon Scott.
That's his name.
That's all I got.
Yeah, that young brother, he's trying to get reelected by juking the stats. That's why he don't want to change anything.
That's sick. It's like Roman times, man.
He's already been reelected. He's already in his second term.
Ah, that's true. He is. That's horrible. God.
Jeez.
But how is that place still running at only 60%? It must be hemorrhaging money.
Yes. Well, I would say this is the beginning of, gentrification and stuff. They gonna lowball the area.
I can't answer that.
Well, hold on. Let me go. You got to delay, Steven. Most of the people will move out, i.e., like Steven said, next to this are homes that people own. They gonna move out. And next thing you know, they come in and gentrify these areas and buy up everything. For the pennies on. All right, we got an echo, G Honda. Y'all gotta mute up. And they come in and buy this stuff for pennies on the dollar. It is what it is. That's more than likely you're going to see townhouses over here in about 5 years, and white and Asian folks walking their dogs, and coffee shops going up. It's unfortunate.
Seeing it around our hood. Yeah, listen, most of these hoods are very much similar. Same with our old dying steel mill community. Same thing is happening. You see those projects? The projects we grew up in look worse. Yeah, it's happening.
It's kind of like going back to the example that Mr. Gavin X had used earlier about the show The Wire. When, if you remember the show, when the Barksdales lost the high rise, the low rise, where'd they all go? They moved to another area. So it's like when I ask these guys out here in California, you throwing up your block, you throwing up something that you don't own that can be bought right underneath you. What if they throw you out in the woods with the bear? What you gonna say? I represent Gordon Wood with the Grizzlies? All they're gonna do is buy it out, because right now Compton right now is not owned by blacks. It's all Mexican right now, Mexican and Asian. Blacks are getting moved out of Inglewood and Compton as I speak.
Wow, that's crazy. Shoot, did well. I don't know much about Cali, but I know that Compton and that area is typically black. We all seen Friday. Were they ever owned by blacks?
No, everything we had was just rented, like everything else. You're only
Gotcha.
there for a good time. A lot of blacks in California is actually moving out north, like where I'm around, like Chatsworth, the San Bernardino Valley area, like Lancaster, or what's the name of that club?
Riverside too. Riverside.
Palmdale, all those areas over there, Pasadena, Altadena, that area, arena around there. A lot of stuff down South LA. It's all Mexican and Asian now.
Yeah.
That part. And I didn't see this, but Mr. Wilson, you're out of here. Some super chats, Mr. Wilson.
Shout out to Brother Frederick Howard. Appreciate you. Says, our people must have knowledge to raise children properly or don't have them. Mr. Wilson, I'm 67 years old and you're talking foolish blunder. Being ugly doesn't count. Rest a minute.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Appreciate you, Brother Richard. Says, there is no community. Neighbors don't care about one another and don't talk to one another. That's true. I'm guilty for the most part. Says, no neighbors talking to each other and caring for each other make a community. That will make a difference. Yeah. You know what? It's tough when no one's a homeowner. You know, you got a community full of renters. Ain't nobody trying to help nobody with nothing.
Yeah, and especially if they're renting and it's Section 8 and they're in the projects where they're only paying $20 a month or whatever. We have to remember, like, these projects and stuff, they were created as an experiment. It was an experiment. So they put us in there first, and then as immigrants and stuff started to come over, I grew up in the projects. I remember there was Russians, there were Mexicans, there were Cambodians, there were Laotians, all different races, and we all had to live together in like the projects like this video is showing. And they allowed, like, we have to remember that we don't make the drugs are imported into this country, and everything they're put into these projects to sell. We do have have the option to sell them or not or whatever, but we don't make these drugs. They come from other countries. So it's all an experiment. I think they should do away with projects, and because they already know that they don't work. That's why they're knocking a lot of them down and building like townhomes and stuff into them now. So yeah, that's my theory on it.
I agree, sister.
What you got, Gianna?
Why does it seem that the black community has such an issue with gentrification? I mean, if a group is coming in, let's just say if they are raising the rates or raising the prices, but they're cleaning up the area. But it just seems like the black community has a problem with gentrification. Like, I don't know why that is.
Because gentrification is going to affect their grandma and them. Yeah, grandma Gam is getting affected by gentrification. What do you got, Brother Steve? Just internet.
Also, gentrification has structure.
The reason why I'll just share this with you, G Honda, because I asked an officer one time, what will it take to get this area fixed up? And he said exactly what you just said, gentrification. Here's the problem with that. As black homeowners and black apartment tenants, we all pay taxes. And so they're not going to fix the road unless gentrification happens. Well, that's not fair to me because I pay my taxes now. They're not going to put in different types of restaurants. They're not going to fix the stoplights. They're not going to fix the sidewalks. They're not going to do anything in the area that civically that we're paying for that they should do until gentrification happens. And so when that happens, then the people here who have had their houses or whatever, they get priced out and that land gets taken from them. That's the problem with gentrification. Not saying that in some ways gentrification isn't right or beneficial for the community as a whole, but all you're talking about is replacing the poor community that's there or the middle class community that's there with upper class whites who haven't been there and they're just doing a land grab. Now imagine if they did that and the person who owns their house can pass that down to their child and to their grandchild, and then it actually has value.
Right.
If
See,
you
and
try
I
and
think
sell your house now,
I think
ahead,
that's the
Mr.
issue,
Walker.
brother Stephen James, is like gentrification. Let me see here. The process whereby the character of a poor urban area is changed by wealthier people moving in, improving housing, attracting new businesses. And that's the thing. I believe there could be a misconception of, but like you said, poor, then you also said middle class. I don't know. Been poor all my life, but I would think that middle class folks would not be so heavily affected by gentrification. I believe it's the poor that gets pushed out.
Yeah, I agree.
Except for one thing. I was just going to say thank you, Miss Ebony. Except for one thing is that when they come in, they're going to use all the resources for them and make sure all the resources are dedicated to them, not the people next door to them. The people who've already been there, their property taxes is now going to skyrocket because the people with more money who just moved in, their property taxes is going to be higher. So eventually they're going to lose lose their resources and they're going to lose their financial balance with owning that house and that property because they may not be able to afford the new property taxes. They may not be able to afford the new water bill. They may not be able to afford the new light bill in that area. So it's kind of tough, but it just is. I mean, think about it. They've been doing this, and you know who I mean by they. They've been doing this. They started with the Indians. Why would they stop now?
Let me say this, Brother Stephen. This goes back to what I've been saying. There's only one way to fix it. We need to take our community serious. We need to get back to family. We need to get back to taking care of our own damn community. Don't let the YNs run us out and the white man come buy it up. So it's one way. I'm gonna keep saying it. Y'all can try to detour if you want. It's only one way to get this thing back.
And it starts with us. Shout out to Michael Jackson. It starts with the man in the mirror. We got to walk it like we talk it. Lord knows I do. Yeah, can't down with hypocrisy. Like build the family. We say it starts at home. Yeah, like I said, my wife and I, we take child rearing extremely seriously for two different reasons. Shout out to my wife. She grew up in a very stable household with her mom and dad, and I grew up in the other. But our passions are just the same, just fueled by different experiences. It starts at home. There's no way around it, like Mr. X said.
Yeah, and another thing with the gentrification, just to go off of what Jihanda said, there are a lot of businesses that are affected by it. Like that's where we go to get all of to the chicken shacks and to the fish shacks and all the wonderful restaurants that are in those types of areas that are getting gentrified. They get pushed out because of having the property taxes and they can't afford to stay there. So there are a lot of people doing productive things within the community that get pushed out because of gentrification. Something that's happening here in Seattle, like with the Central District, they are actually giving, it's a form of reparations, but to families who were in Seattle during the 60s, that lived in the Seattle area, they are giving them, it's like $250,000 to purchase another property because of gentrification and all those Black families got pushed out of Seattle. So that's one thing that they are doing to try to, rectify the past, because now that whole area, there's $1 million homes and all these, white people moved in and just completely changed the whole area so that that Black foundation, that jazz music, because jazz, you know, was really big in Seattle. All that stuff has been shifted and it's changing. So they're trying to do something to kind of make it better, but there are like there's a lot of positive things going on in the community. There's businesses and family owned businesses and people own homes. It's not just like hood stuff all the time. So those things get affected too.
I agree. And shout out to Richard. He says, false, Mr. Walker. I grew up in a community with apartment buildings, renters. My parents and my siblings all knew the neighbors within a 3-block radius, and they knew us.
That was back then. Yeah, same. Yeah, same with my gam. Same. They kept the place clean and everything.
That part. And shout out to Brother Tall. Come through sponsoring the show with 30 ball in the Cash App. He says, what's good? Truth over lies. Talk about it.
Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Thank you.
So here we go. We're about to talk about it. We're going to get into the meat of it. Welcome up, Unc. JW will get y'all in. We're going to start here. If you're just coming in, hit the like button. Shout out to Richard. This is where y'all come from. All right. In 1964, Elanine White is walking. So this woman, the Robert Taylor Projects, legendary. This place was a nightmare. Constructed in 1962. They built 28 high rises. All right. It was done because of the Great Migration and all this stuff going on, right? We leaving the South, people getting off the plantations. They tired of crop sharing. We heading north for greener pastures, and they building projects and they waiting on us. So here we are. But this was a total disaster, right? I mean, look at this. 95% of the people living there were unemployed. Everybody there, nobody worked. So they tell people coming up north there was no jobs. They putting them in these brand new apartments, and it all start falling apart faster than you can blink.
Ooh, that's crazy. 95% of the 27,000 were unemployed.
27,000 people in these 28 buildings. So 28 buildings, almost 1,000 people per building. That could show you the scope of how big this place was.
Was this?
It was a plantation.
This sound like the Carter from freaking New Jack City.
Chicago Robert Taylor Projects.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
So I'm gonna let this go. This is wild. But that's the crux of it. So fair use. We're gonna mine through this.
White is a Chicago housewife, mother of 6 children. Before urban renewal, she lived in a slum. Now she inhabits a new world, a world.
And this where people were living before that. Shout out to where we come from. And they got the holler. Some people were living in slums, and then they built projects all over the nation. It was the HUD. It was the HUD agency. So, you know, it was the low income housing, the HUD, and they started building this stuff. They were anticipating blacks moving north. And this is part of it. They can't move to our neighborhoods, white folks, redlining. You can't come buy a house. But we built projects for y'all in every city in the country. We got a place for y'all. So this is where it starts.
And it seemed glorious, as Mr. X said. Our projects morphed from what was called the holla. And I've seen pictures that, because I didn't believe it until I saw the pictures, but my mama and them talked about it. They were wooden shacks with potbelly stoves in the middle with dirt floors.
You know, those are the same projects they show at the beginning of Good Times.
Yeah. And I see y'all in the thing saying, this is a mother of 6 kids. Even back then, where is the man?
Shout out to my mom.
Don't know. Could he have passed away in the war? Who knows?
No.
Of concrete and glass. It is clean and free of rats. Her new home has heat in the winter and rows of open galleries to catch the summer breeze. Like many other residents of Robert Taylor homes, Mrs. White knows that the project is, physically, a vast improvement over the slums. Yet, like other tenants, she feels that within the project's great high-rise buildings, she is struggling with a new enemy.
Anyone that is staying in the high-rise projects Looking in from the outside, it seemed like a beautiful home, a clean home, and another place to live in. But I live inside of a high-rise in Chicago, and I know the atmosphere that I am living in. There's so many people in the high-rise. There are 10 families to a floor. There are 154 to 56 families to one building. To each family, there are from 2 to 10 children. You go out to get groceries, you come up on the elevator. You have to wait 10, 15, 20 minutes before you can get it.
You gotta wait 20 minutes to get on the elevator. I mean, it got so bad in this place, like after the first year, everything stopped working. So the elevators weren't working, you know, everything. People have, you live on the 28th floor. Elevator, it's only this little, this is the 60s. So you could imagine it wasn't much, but it's always broke. You know, they slap these places up. Like Mr. Walker said, y'all see her background, the cinder block walls. This what it was and what it is.
Bunkers. The only thing the projects is good for is a post-apocalyptic storehouse and safe house. Because everything is cinder blocks, man. Could halfway protect you from a light drone strike. That's my theory. But other than that, it's a prison. Look at that. That's what we grew up with. Cinder block walls. You know what that do to your spirit?
Man. So I'm gonna get you in. Get you in first. I know you came up to get Brother Q in. What you got?
Yeah, I came up when y'all was talking about the gentrification. I just wanted to say, with the gentrification, a lot of people had complaints and problems with it, but those same people, as soon as they get a little money, they move straight up out of there. Let's keep it real. They act like they love the hood so much and all that stuff. As soon as they get two nickels to rub together, they up out of there. Don't look back, don't visit. I'm one of those people. Let's make it clear. I don't feel safe around there. I look like a soft target, even though I keep that thing on me. But I don't want to have to use it on a hungry person. So everybody act like they got this great love for the hood, but can't wait to get away from it. I think it's fake outrage. Gentrification. You can't get mad at people for taking something that y'all had for 60 years and making it look like something in 5 years. You had your time. You had your run. It's just like this one time I had this car. Couldn't figure out what to do with it. I sold it to somebody. They took it, they fixed it, they painted it gold, got the interior done, and I saw it ride around the city looking fly as hell, and the girls was jocking it, and I felt a little salty. I was jealous of this. Felt a little envious because that's the car I own out here getting all this shine. But when I had it, I didn't do nothing, I couldn't do nothing with it. And I had to mature and realize how stupid that was of me to be mad at said dude. And that's the same thing with this gentrification stuff. Now on to these projects. I get it. My people, it's cool not to forget the past, but we gotta hop out the DeLorean. Because right now, 2025, if you still living like this, what you doing? This lady, this beautiful queen in this video, I get her. She had no choice. It's different times. I understand 100%. She ain't ugly. Don't put that picture. She is beautiful. That's a nice.
No, I said no.
She had no problem. I get her, but it's 2025 now. What's going on? What's going on?
Exactly.
But I agree. And just for the context, if y'all just coming in or people have been here, right before we pulled this up, we were talking about some project in Baltimore and present day 2025 where the same stuff is still going on. So like you said, we got to get out of it. I'm going to get Brother Q in here in a minute. I'll get you in Q first before we let it keep going.
So I don't know if my video is lagging or not. Can you guys hear me?
You lagging.
Your video's lagging, but we can hear you.
Yeah, so I was trying to figure out at what angle to come in this conversation. Because earlier I was, focusing on the family, and you guys know me, I'm very huge on family, because you can't build a community without family, and you're not going to have a good community unless the families have a collective, a vision of how the family should be. There was some time back, because you guys know I haven't been on the panel in a while, and something came across my mind one day, and I was thinking about your family, Mr. Walker, and Gavin X family. And I was thinking that what if we had a scenario where Mr. Walker raised him and his wife raised his family in one way, and Gav X and his wife raised his family in a different way, and then you come to a point where then those two families have to meet up and mate with one another, but they have two visions of how families and stuff should be. It won't work because they don't have a collective image, and so no one has to agree 100% on everything, but it has to be some things that we have in common to allow our kids to mate and match. Now, I don't know how many of you guys remember back, at least in the late 80s and early 90s, when the prevailing notion was, don't tell me how to raise my kids. And for a lot of us, and I would say for me, when I was younger, I never really understood it until I got older, that everybody has a vested interest in how you raise your kids, because your kids at some point will be out there mating with other people. And if they're not prepared in the same way, then it's going to create chaos. And so none of this stuff, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but none of this stuff is going to work unless we have families and communities that are cohesive in how we want to make this work. Now, you guys talked a lot about, racism and systemic or otherwise and bigotry. And, sometimes we conflate stuff because there are bad people. Sometimes because a person is of another race doesn't necessarily mean that they're racist. They could just be bad people. But that's neither here nor there. But nonetheless, we still got to figure a way around it. We have to find people who have a perspective on how families should be as close as possible, and hopefully have our kids to mate with them at some point. Because just letting them go and picking just because on how the natural man sees things, then logic and morals aren't a precedent in picking, and so now you're out here making kids, and then chaos ensues. That's just some things I was thinking about.
I have a question. I want to say one thing. I think one thing Black people need to do, and this is just my opinion, going off of what Q said, is parents need to stop letting the government be their parents. Right. That's just one step, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's a good point. What you got, Sister Ebony, before I let it go?
Yeah, that to go off with what Q and Classy just said, like the family structure. Let's start with the projects where men weren't even allowed to be in the households. So the men, in order for the women to live there, so men weren't, or either they were snuck in or whatever, they weren't supposed to be there. So what happened? The women had to go off to work. And what happened to all those kids that were at home? They were running the streets, getting into trouble and doing all that because nobody was at home in the projects watching them. And that's a huge problem. We have to get back to families. There's no more pushing the men out just to get housing and all that. We learned that was a bad deal, and the effects of that is what we're going through today. Now, Bonquisha, they don't need a man. They don't want a man, or they don't think that they're important. And it all started from this whole project situation and them not allowing men to be in the home. So to what you guys are saying, we have to get back to families, both mother and father in the home, raising the children, gearing them in the right direction. And that's what we need to get back to.
I agree. So I'm gonna let this go. We'll grab these super chats here in a second.
To each family, there are from 2. With this many people around, in the mornings you wake up, there's children up and down the gallery with the noise, knocking on your door, a couple of neighbors arguing on the gallery. At night when you go to bed, it's the same thing. You feel that there's too many families involved, too many faces that you see. You can't go in or out of the building unless you're looking into many faces. You can't go to the chute to empty your garbage unless there's a million faces in front of you. And I wonder, who are my children playing with? Who are their friends? I wonder if I can raise my boys and girls here, and they can turn out to be the type of children and young men and ladies that I have always dreamed and hoped and prayed for them to be. You can't hang your pictures like you want to. The walls are rough. You still can't paint them what you want to paint them. Someone would think that living in a high-rise building with as many family that is involved, that you wouldn't be lonely. But I feel living in a high-rise building like this, that you are very much lonely. It makes me feel as if this is not my home. This is only a place where I sleep and pay my rent.
Well, here's the thing. You shouldn't be thinking permanent, right? But granted, like I said, this 1962, not many jobs, right? She got 6 kids. It was what it was. 95% of the people were unemployed. It's 27,000 people. This was so they all was dependent on the government. So how does the next generation even start to get ahead? We still fighting this 60 years later.
First step, stop having kids you can't afford.
Thank you.
When are we going to stop having kids that we can't afford? I don't want to hear none of your poverty tales when you got 5, 6 kids. One, I get it. Accidents happen. I'm one of those brothers where none of my kids were accidents. I got 4 kids, same woman, been married 22 years. But I get it. Clubs get shot up and you get in accidents. But once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, like, come on. You needed assistance with the first 2. Well, and the thing is, a lot of the technology and resources didn't exist in 1960, but we still got people 5, 6, 7, 8 kids in 2025 when there's like all kinds of forms of birth control and all kinds of different condoms, and it just got options, yo. So it's like we people want to just live how they want, then do these sob stories and woe is me. Like this place you live in, was it discounted living, or what's the story behind this place? Was it budget living? Did they pay less than expected or normal? Because if so, you get what you pay for.
Well, they didn't pay anything. Like I said, this was low income housing. It's come from the hood. This is really systemic. All right, like I say, slavery ended. All right, Jim Crow, all that. It's the Great Migration. You had 5, 6 million people move to the north at one time, and they say, okay, they coming, but they can't live near us, and we ain't giving them no jobs, but we will build housing and figure out a way to pay for this stuff. And they did.
That's my point. You can't expect too much out of darn near free shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I've been called a coon several times in the chat since I've been out here, but I'm okay with it because when the N-words call me a coon, I know I'm doing something right and I'm living right. You know what I'm saying? And I know I take accountability for my action. I'm okay with being a coon for making good choices and good decisions.
Coon to the moon. Coon to the moon.
I don't want to be a victim.
That's a good point. You know what's crazy is a lot of people don't understand free always come with the price. That's why they call it free dumb, because you were dumb thinking that free doesn't come with the price. That's what I tell people all the time. It comes with a huge price. If I'm giving something free, I'm going to expect something from you. It's just human nature, even if it's just a gratuity of it.
And why are we always called coons for holding people accountable for bad decisions?
Because you can't relate. You can't relate. You lost your black card. That's
the Great Migration. If you all moving up, I don't want to be a sharecropper no more. Y'all all moving up. And when y'all come up here, they putting y'all in this brick building. I'm gonna take my behind back. I made a bad decision. I need to go back.
Well, first they was
something out back here.
So the buildings weren't ready. They, as we seen, they moved into the slums, sort of like they was. And then they say they was watching the buildings being built, living in slums, rubbing their hands like, okay. They said we're gonna have heat, electricity. They watched them build it as they were living in the slums.
Like you always say, Gavin X, it's unfortunate. It's a bad decision. They were a lot of bad decisions that our people made before. Like I said, you blaming people back in the 1960s. Yes, I'm blaming people. When they brought crack to the neighborhoods, nobody told you to do it. It happened, but nobody made you do it. You were depressed. You didn't have a job. You hustled to get money for crack, though. It's a lot of bad decisions that was made, man, that could have been avoided.
We are seeing two different things. We got to be able to distinguish present day from 1962. I think we are Yeah, I think we having a hard time up here right now blurring this all together. There's two totally different things going on here. But I'll let you get in, Ebony. What you got?
To Jay Tillman, and you guys were talking about the coon thing, and I think the difference is there's nothing wrong with you being progressive in whatever field you're in. Even if you want to move to a nice neighborhood, that doesn't make you a coon. The coon reference is based on, like, it's kind of like a tether. If you're undermining the progression of Black Americans as a whole, or Black people as a whole, then you indeed would be called a coon. So it's not necessarily because you made it or whatever. That's not what it is. It's undermining the progression of the community as a whole.
I've never heard somebody call a drug dealer a coon.
Not one time.
Nope, because they're the cool guys. You about to trigger me again.
I've never heard somebody call a pimp a coon.
And they
Pimping
definitely
out-
undermining progression for sure. And
they're doing
that's the
exactly
weird
what
part.
you said, Ebony Dean. I've never heard anybody, the stick up kid, I never heard anybody call them a coon.
Yeah.
Those are coons. They're directly impacting the community that they live in.
Yeah,
So
and
if I
usually-
get gain wealth and move out of that community, then I'm a coon because I'm looking back like y'all need to do better.
And usually what I've seen is usually a companies, when you call out something that they're doing as detrimental, and then they call you a coon. That's what I've seen. So if you point out something that they're doing that's bad, then you're a coon because you're not going along with the group.
Think about the people that support victimhood and giving people disclaimers and co-signing to their victim mentality, or the person being like, yo, you're a grown man, you're a grown woman. You're not a victim. Put your big boy pants on and get out of this. Which one is really more problematic? The person like, yeah, man, you a victim, we a victim, we all victims. We ain't got no choice in this. It is what it is. We are not the architects of our own life. Or the people that be like, yo, what you doing? What's really going on? Let's break these chains. Let's get up out of this. You can do better, be better, become better. We all can as a people. You ain't got to live like this. The man ain't holding you down. It ain't nothing you can't do. Even if it's a little harder than your pale skin counterpart, you still can fucking do it. You just got to push on through. But that's the coon, not the person that's being like, man, just you stuck, bro. It is what it is. The man got his boot to your neck, and it ain't nothing you can do. Those the people they love those people.
I think
they're enablers.
I think the problem is that we've allowed the worst part of us to be the loudest in our community. That's the reason why we have these problems. Because I mean, Lord knows I've been called that. You a coon, but they'll be the first one to ask for $1.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your point and everything, I don't co-sign drug dealing, and that's not all our people are drug dealers or whatever. There's a lot of great people in the community, and I'm not co-signing any of that behavior, but there are certain drug dealers that do good things for the community. I mean, besides, I get what you guys are saying, but a lot of them feed the homeless and do different things. I'm not co-signing the behavior, but I'm
We
just
get your
saying
point.
there's more to our people than just drug dealing and the degeneracy. There's
I
so
know.
much more to it than
I'm not saying that that's what our community is based off of, drug dealers. I'm just saying I've never heard someone call a drug dealer a coon, where that was literally the definition of the person you were talking about, somebody who does something detrimental to the community.
Me
leaving the community, okay, it might be a net negative if I take my money out of the community, but I didn't negatively affect my community directly by pumping drugs or violence into it. So I've never heard somebody say, man, y'all some coons out here on the corner, man. Why don't y'all get a job?
I'll say it come down to your deeds. Your good deeds definitely got to outweigh your bad deeds. So when it comes to what Ebony's saying, you can get 10 points for your good deeds, but negative 50 points for your bad deeds. Now you negative 40 in the hole. So there's still no positive from it.
Because if I'm out here and I got like I got like 5 baby mamas, right? And I'm just out here doing my thing. And I'm on my next girlfriend. She ain't had my kid yet. I got 5 baby mamas. Each of them got 2 to 4 other kids, all different fathers as well. Like What's
hood
that?
heroes. They hood heroes, and the kids
Like,
look up to them.
and
We all
nobody's
got
gonna hold them accountable.
it's the culture. It is the absolute culture, man. You
I've
know,
been
like
told, I've been told I like men
grew up.
because I don't have kids. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I grew up with street pharmacist relatives, like big time. And yeah, you're right. Like I seen it. None of it was ever called detrimental to their community by their people or a coon. But shout out to my girl, may she rest in peace. I went off to college and she called me an Oreo. Oreo, black on the outside, white in the middle. And I'm just like, I said, God dang, Grandma, because I dare to be educated. And that's our culture. Again, me and Miss X come from the depths of the hood. Our projects look similar to this. There ain't one person on this panel or in this chat that can say their struggle was greater than ours. And I say that with pride because thank God. You know what I mean? But don't
My father
matter.
used to pick cotton, Mr. Walker. He used to pick cotton. And then when my parents got together, they lived in the hood, in the projects. But they both got jobs. My father got a job at American Axle Tool work, doing all that stuff. My mother got a job at a bank. She left that job, went to go wash the school to get into the system to send me to that school
at no cost or
at no cost. She then started teaching at that same school, in which Sister Ebony Dean, one of my teachers, put me in one of those remedial reading classes when my mother was a teacher there. And she said, ain't no dang on way my son is in this class. Made me read to the teacher right there with her present and said, now tell me why he's in this class. Because I'm looking at the thing like I'm just having fun, like probably your son was with my friends. I didn't see it. So yeah, right there. So I mean, my parents came from that. So
amen to your parents. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says Robert Taylor Projects. That's where I grew up and learned to fight, building 48 Fit 45. Blessings to you, brother. Shout out to Rachai come through. We appreciate you. He says, Gavin X, in 1962, my family moved into one of the first RTH buildings. After construction, we witnessed the construction of other buildings, red and white. My family moved from those slums to the RTH projects.
Shout out to Rachai.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, I believe Good Times projects were Gabrini Greens. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, never watched the show. I was living it. Nothing good about it. Salute to the big bad bull. Appreciate you. He says, I'm trying to understand y'all's true perspective on this, because it seems no matter what the government tries to do to provide a community for our people, it is the ignorance and foolishness of our people that actually F it up.
Yeah.
Money, 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 money. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall, coming through like you do. He says, when I moved there, they already had caged off each floor to keep people from being thrown over the railings. Yeah. Seeing those kids playing that high, exposed is giving me anxiety. Yeah.
I don't think people realize the scope of this. Y'all seen them kids out front. This building is 28 stories high. And there was 28 of them, right? Like, y'all understand.
Kids fail. They jump. We over those railings. I'm telling you right now.
Of course, many deaths. Yeah.
Y'all don't.
Like you said, people was really getting thrown over and they were like, accidents. Wasn't no cameras and cell phones.
And wasn't nobody raise a fuss. Your kid get thrown over and it's an accident. Oh my goodness.
Sure.
Appreciate you, Devil Games, becoming a YouTube member. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, Big Bad Bull, coming through. He says birth rates are down, so all the multiple forms of birth control are now working. Maybe we have reached the pivotal point, positive transformation. Maybe we just need to be patient to the process and continue doing the work. That's all we can do. That's where my faith lies. Just continue working. Keep chopping wood, as my coach would say.
That part.
You ever seen Idiocracy? If you ever seen the movie Idiocracy, that's what's happening right now.
Facts. Shout out to Square Biz. He says, my parents was a part of the migration to Chicago. They lived with friends, eventually moved to a 2-bed apartment. They both got careers and moved us out the city. Both retired, and I'm also retired vet. They would call y'all coons. Appreciate you, Square Biz. Appreciate you, Stephen James. Says, men, thanks for letting me up. Chat, shiny red one. Shout out to Stephen James. Appreciate you, Devil Games. Says, a drug dealer is still a bad person, even if he come back to help, because they were the same people that helped destroy the community in the first place. Agreed. Appreciate you, Real Books. Says, the brother at Tone talks about the sports and entertainment selling liquor and gambling to the hood. Oh yeah, hit the like button. Yeah. Appreciate you, brother Richai. Says, no, Gavin, the RTH projects were 16 stories high, 10 apartments on each floor. Okay.
There you go. So I said 28 buildings, 16 stories. There you go.
Appreciate your divine photos. Says the drug dealers and criminals need to be called out more and not welcome with open arms. Bad behavior should be called out whether we like it or not. Agreed.
That part. So here we go. I'm gonna let this keep going. Hit the like button.
Living in a high-rise building with its Minutes family, not my home. This is only a place where I sleep and pay my rent. It's just like you're closed in a corner with no way out, nowhere to go.
The chairman of the Housing Authority is Charles Swibel.
We at the Chicago Housing Authority have interpreted the rules and regulations in regard to public housing to mean that we are to provide safe, decent and sanitary housing, which means good housing, but not luxurious housing. Some of the individual complaints that I, as well as the people on the outside, have heard about the residents not being able to paint walls, not being able to hang pictures on the walls, are a slight over-exaggeration. We do give our tenants now a choice of 5 colors. This is an evolution. You must remember that these people have come out of slums. They have brought with them some of the slum-bred ideas, some of the slum-bred hostilities. In regard to hanging a picture on the wall, all we ask of them is that they notify the manager so we can give them the proper hook. We don't want to make it so comfortable and so ideal for them that they wish to remain in public housing. We are trying to get them upgraded, if you will.
There you go. That's the net of it. He said, we are not trying to make this so damn comfortable that they want to stay here for 40 years. All right. That's why y'all see the brick walls. You can't hang stuff. They complaining we can't hang pictures because the brick walls. And he said, y'all can hang them. Y'all just need the appropriate tools that we can give y'all. And they say, we can't paint the walls. And he said, no, now there's 5 colors you can choose from. And this is the HUD. So the government say, we're going to give y'all this money to figure out this solution for these ninjas. Build us some housing. And they give these people the money and they provide housing.
You know how exhausting that got to be to give people affordable homes, and they see they're complaining about not being able to paint the wall and put up signs. Like, shut the hell up. Like, honestly, if I were to rent my house out, I'm not gonna just let you paint the walls. You won't be allowed to paint the walls, one wall pink, one wall green, whatever you want to do in my house, because you might not be there that long. And I want
do
to
it anyway.
Rented, unless you're gonna promise or contractually promise to paint it back as it fucking was before you leave. So to want to rent something, and out of all the problems in the world, especially in 1960, you worry about some damn paint on a wall. People trying not to get tied behind a truck and dragged behind that joker. And you worried about paint, man?
But did it sound like this guy sounded so welcoming? Like, hey, I'm happy that you're here. He's sounding like, hey, you're lucky we're even giving this to you.
And they are, though.
Oh,
they are. I don't have to give you shit. You're lucky I'm giving it to you.
And also,
that's it. So could there be just a little bit of some ill intent happening behind the scenes? I don't know. I just think it wasn't say here.
You didn't pay your own rent.
This for you to be. I'm simply saying, because I don't have all the information, is that It's not like he's saying, hey, we want to do what we can so you could go ahead and move on and go up from where you are to the next level to middle lower than the middle class. It sounds like that, in my opinion, that hey, these folks are coming here. We got to put them somewhere. Here we go.
Beggars
Here's
can't
some
be
brick.
choosing. It's like some beggar.
That is true too.
You met some
And
beggar
I
girl
think
talking about, I'm hungry. I need something to eat. I need something to eat.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say
get
this.
us a Whataburger. She's like,
We got to take the context in. So the context is this is 1962. So it was not well during this moment. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were still alive. We must understand what was going on in the temperature of the country. So I agree with you. They were not welcoming, but at no time in history before that were they ever welcoming. So,
this one point I want to say, and I might have to end up rolling on out. Always love being on here, guys and ladies. But one thing I noticed there in the chat, and also from people's own personal stories, some a little bit of my own as well, is that besides the family, it was also working families. People had to come together, bring the money together to make that next move. So similar, like what I do agree with Uncle Streaming on is that hey, it's a rough situation, but this has to be only temporary. We have to work with what we have to go ahead and build, and then move on out of those projects, move out of those slums, out of those hoods. And that's what I heard from other people in the chat where they said, "Oh, but my family came together. We went from one place." Jay said it's something similar. They built up, they stacked, they kept things quiet, and they moved up out of there. But that's what I'm gonna end up finishing up on, guys. Man, I hope you all have a great evening. Go working families, man. We got this.
For sure. Appreciate you, brother. And yeah, shout out to Jay. And you guys talking about moving up. My family did not. My family remained in the projects. But go ahead, sister.
And I think that was his point,
Let me
Mr.
get
Walker.
you first, real quick. Hold on, brother Q. Go ahead. What you got?
Oh, I just was going to go what Unc B Streaming said. And just because they are down bad and living in the projects does not mean I can understand the paint. Maybe it had to be a specific color, because I know when we lived in our project, we can only paint. It was like that eggshell. There was a couple little colors that you can paint, but there's nothing wrong with hanging pictures up. Like, these people have to live. They don't have to walk around looking like they're in a prison. They could put a picture up of the family or something. So there's nothing wrong with you decorating your house just because you're in the projects. Like, come on.
And
Like,
my house, my rules.
I will say those cinder blocks, they definitely put those up so you couldn't hang pictures. Yeah, he was lying on that. Yeah, because they ain't back then. That, like I said, this was 1960. What those 3M hooks with those didn't exist back then.
Yeah, they're not going
the
on cinder
only
block.
way you getting anything in that wall with a hammer drill that my mama used to get her pictures hung. Yeah.
And he did. I'm gonna let this keep playing because he did go on to say something about it. Let me see.
The people on the outside have heard about the residents not being able to paint walls, not being able to hang pictures on the walls, are a slight over-exaggeration. We do give our tenants now a choice of 5 colors. This is an evolution. You must remember that these people have come out of slums. They have brought with them some of the slum-bred ideas, some of the slum-bred hostilities. In regard to hanging a picture on the wall, all we ask of them is that they notify the manager so we can give them the proper hook. We don't want to make it so comfortable and so ideal for them that they wish to remain.
That's what he said. Notify the manager if you want to hang pictures. We'll give you the proper hook. So maybe they'll come in and tap something in the wall. Who knows? But like you say, with 27,000 people, they obviously ain't getting to everybody. So probably was because I see Rashad said his family had pictures. So clearly, they ain't getting to all y'all, and that was unfortunate.
But he also said something, and I'm gonna go ahead and stop and let Q go. He also said something at the end of that sentence. We're not trying to make it comfortable for you to stay here.
And that's the point I wanted to opine on, because like, men and women are typically different, and if you give a woman option to nest, and if they nest and make it a home, then that's when the comfortability kicks in, that he is saying that he don't want to have them to feel like that's a home. Those places were never meant for them to be homes. They were just a domicile to lay their heads and hopefully move on. It's not the housing authority's responsibility for them to go get jobs and stuff. The housing authority was just to provide them a domicile, but for them to better their lives, that's their responsibility, and maybe some of those other organizations that had jobs and stuff. But if you give a person an ability to stay in the place, they will stay there. If you look at Maslow's needs hierarchy, food, water, shelter is a basic need that people go after. And if they can secure that need, they will secure it by any means. So if you allow them to stay there, they're going to stay there. And then some of these other parts of the hierarchy, they won't try to aspire to acquire, safety and security. So in the housing authority, he said one thing I disagreed with him is that he said that provided safety. They don't provide safety because I don't think that they anticipated what the drugs and gangs and stuff would bring to those environments. I don't think they could even really anticipate that. You know what I mean? Because the drugs came on pretty fast and took over the inner cities, and it's amazing. I mean, you would have to have been there to remember. And I know some of you guys lived there, depending on your age. I'm just telling you, there was no safety in the projects, and so maybe he's saying that the houses were safe. I don't know, but
I think he meant safety from shelter. Safety from shelter in the elements. It ain't their job to protect you from your own people. So when he said safety, he meant you're not sleeping under the stars and you can't get just attacked outside and no dogs ain't gnawing on your feet at night. Safety, just a general safety of a home.
Yeah, and then also, one second, Ebony, and then also said, I don't know if you guys caught that one part, is that he was also saying that he don't want them to bring their slum habits into those new places. Did you guys catch that?
Yes, yeah.
I did. I know exactly what he meant.
I agree with that too. I wouldn't rent to certain people. I wouldn't rent my home to certain people come from certain neighborhoods because I know they're gonna tear it up. They're gonna have broke down cars on the front lawn, cars dripping oil in my driveway, all that kind of stuff.
And did all that. We did all that. Like I said, we paint they painted the walls whatever color they want. They put holes in the walls. They had broke down cars out front. All that, shootouts in the hallways, the whole shebang.
Remember what the New Orleans refugees did to certain homes, apartment complexes, and hotels after Katrina? That's the kind of stuff he was talking about when he said he don't want you to bring when people live in a certain quality of stuff, they don't know how to take care of things because they didn't have things to take care of. That's all he was saying.
Yeah, Katrina was wild. Katrina was pure evil. That was evil.
What you got, Sister Ebony?
I think we're getting the times confused because we're talking about the 1960s here, and Gavin X already pointed on it. During that time, we were coming out, or segregation was still going on. Slavery was abolished. We were never living in slums after slavery and all that. The reason why a lot of families had to move to the projects is because they were getting redlined. They couldn't get loans for homes. They couldn't live in certain areas. So they put them in they're called projects for a reason. It was a project. And if they were trying to make sure that the families didn't stay there, then why were there so many stipulations about not having the men in the home, not being able to work and pass a certain amount of money with employment? They wanted you to stay there. So a lot of what he's saying is cap. It was never designed for you to come out of it. They wanted you in controlled spaces so that you wouldn't be in their areas. We were never living in slums, okay? We actually are fairly clean people. It doesn't matter if we're in the projects or not. Our homes are clean. We're not dirty people. We don't live like, certain people from third world countries and stuff. Overall, we are clean. So a lot of that stuff, it doesn't conflate to what it is today because we never came from a slum area. So I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that
I can see it from both sides, but how can you deny the conditions that those people put them? Like, I understand they put you in a cinder block high rise where the elevators broke down and everything like that. Nobody forced you to cannibalize your own people. Nobody forced anybody to throw anybody off of the balconies to where they had to cage it. Like, you can still take care of something even though it's not the most ideal situation. So I understand what you're saying, Ebony, but that's like, if that's the case, then why did they destroy? Like, all of us come from different places. I told you.
I'll see this,
go to
Jay.
Buffalo.
I'll say we are thinking in modern time. I keep saying we are thinking with our 2025 brains, trying to reason with people back in 1960. Two totally different times. You have to put yourself into place. You can't sit here and say why when we know 95% of them were unemployed. They had no money, no opportunities.
So that still means you have to destroy your environment that you are living in.
There wasn't no internet. They couldn't content create. They couldn't go to college. White man has no plan for us. That's why we keep telling y'all to stop depending on them. The dependence of it, we are showing y'all 1960 what it looks like when you depend on them.
Yeah, that's true.
To remove the dependence, or this is unfortunate.
Yeah, and I hope you guys know that I'm not trying to discredit what they had to go to get there. I'm just using this as a means to learn. So we're supposed to learn from the past, correct? And so I'm looking to learn from and not repeat it. I had a conversation with my younger daughter, and I think it's apropos to what we're talking about right here. Because I was telling her when I was young, we had the food stamps. You guys remember the food stamp books, right? And it used to be a level of shame when you pull those food stamps out, right? And what happened? The people complained about the shame that was affixed to people with those food stamp books, and so they changed it, and they put it on cards so that to make them not feel shame. And then once they put it on cards, that still wasn't enough. I want to be able to buy what everybody else can buy, even though I got food stamps. And now you can go to certain restaurants and places and use food stamps in convenience stores. So the only thing that I look at back about what he said, for whatever reason he said it, if you give a person an inch, they will keep asking for more. And so, you know, making a standard, say, hey, it needs to stay this way to keep someone uncomfortable so that they will want to move out of it. And some of us did. I mean, I grew up with, like I told you guys, I grew up drinking and eating cereal with water. I had the red and black label stuff, the powdered eggs and everything. And it satisfied me to keep me alive, but it also made me want something more and not want to stay there. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, some people don't. And I don't judge everybody the same, because not everybody has the same mental acumen that we, everybody's mental acumen is different. And so not everybody's going to have a great life, but I think there's a certain level of esteem that comes from working your hardest and acquiring stuff from your own efforts instead of being given to you, because you don't want entitlement to creep in by just constantly receiving something from the government and not doing it for yourself. But
I think everybody made great points.
I agree. Well, listen, I'm gonna let this keep playing. I'm gonna get you in, JW. I know we've been skipping over you. I'm gonna get you in.
And so ideal for them that they wish to remain in public housing. We are trying to get them upgraded, if you will, so that they can go out on the open market and find private housing. If I had a choice of living at Robert Taylor Homes or in a dilapidated shack, I would choose Robert Taylor Homes.
When I visit my mother in what some people may call a slum area, I feel this is home. Not because it's my mother's home, but it's because I feel free. I've left behind me the noise. I left behind me the hundreds of children. I left behind me these stone walls closed in on you. When I go there, I can sit on a porch on my kitchen.
And what y'all see is Big Mama had a house. Her mama had a house, but her daughter lived in the projects because she was with 6 kids. More than likely, Mama was probably married. So we got to understand where this stuff started to fracture, and it just started to fracture in a real way. And so if we are talking about 2025 and asking people these questions, is valid, but it's not valid to ask them the same questions we would ask Bonquisha today. It's 2 different circumstances.
Facts. That right there, that's my family. The folks with the house, that's my Aunt Thelma, Uncle Booze. They were married. Uncle Booze served in the military. And Thelma, I think she was a nurse, and they had a house in Pittsburgh. I think Squirrel Hill, somewhere up there. And my grandma, mama, they all gravitated to the projects. And like I said, I come from the worst of it. Like my family, they aspired to just take over a whole project building. So like grandma lived on the 3rd floor, big sister and everybody wanted to move downstairs. They had zero plans on leaving and didn't. They didn't leave.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. Like I said, my grandma had a house, but we all lived in the projects. You know, my mom, her sisters, all my cousins. It was but my grandma married a married woman. You know, it started to fracture family. That's why I'm trying to tell you. I only can tell you what I know.
And we used to think Aunt Thelma was so mean. She used to always call Gam a welfare 304, talk to her bad. And grandma used to, Aunt Thelma, she just, cantankerous. But we were kids. But now as an adult and realized that they sold her house and everything, and I get it. I get why that old lady on her deathbed was calling her everything but a child of God, because she saw it all going away and there was nothing she could do. Uncle Boo's passed away and they left everything to Gam and she, boom, out of there, sold, gone. Go ahead, Brother Jay.
Gotcha.
Now, I was looking at the chat and they're saying, Jay Tillman's only looking at surface level. I'm like, okay, let me reevaluate what I'm kind of thinking on. And then you just played that last clip. Big Mama's got a house. Big Mama, listen, I will do what I need. I'm not going to talk to no men. I got these 6 kids. The money that I'm getting for this, I'm a pay to you. I'm gonna make sure these kids keep this house clean. We're gonna take care of the yard, because when you pass, this house is going to somebody else. So can we live with you? I promise you, we will not be in your way. Please, Big Mama, let me stay here. The neighborhood is safer. I can't do this with these kids. These are your grandkids. How come she couldn't stay in there? I don't know why she couldn't. She should have been in that house with family.
Because these were the rebels, Brother Jay. The 6'5" or whatever, and these were the rebels. They were not about to go be under nobody's rule. That's why they left at 15, 14 in the first place. Now they ain't about to go back and you tell them what to do. That's why.
It was freedom. Still is today. For any young single mom to get your own place is freedom.
I hear y'all, and I see Rakai telling me to stop in the chat. I can't stop. It might be anecdotal, but I told y'all my parents came from this. My parents came from this. Well, 9 brothers and sisters, my dad, all sleeping in the same room.
But listen, Jay, it probably could be very anecdotal, like we said about Anton. Sometimes we do got to take a step back because it can be.
And I'm not talking about my condition. I'm literally talking about my parents' condition during this time. My dad is 74. Like that, it happened during that. He came from they had dirt floors in his house.
Granted.
So it seems like it's pretty shitty to say, because I'm not in this situation. I know a lot of other outlying things were happening during this time period. I understand that, but it's still the personal individual choices that people chose to make. She chose to have 6 kids. She said she want to have a whole bunch more. That's her mentality. She just want to have kids. Knowing that she's living in isolated to that situation that she was, and she's complaining about painting walls and not hanging pictures, that's a kind of humanity that they take away from you when you're living like that. I understand that, Sister Ebony, but she put herself there. She put herself in that. Her mom got a nice, beautiful house there.
And these people want jails to be comfortable and have
I don't think anybody absolving her of being a single mom. Just to come down to understanding of the times. Like I said, if you're asking Bonquisha today why she got 6 kids, we can get real critical. But back then, the information wasn't there, Jay. I get what you're saying, but it was a different time.
Rakai, please come up. Rakai, please come up and explain it to me. I'm ignorant in this then, because I can only see it from a place of individual choice. Even though bad stuff happens to you, if people put you in a horrible situation, it's still your choice. I made horrible decisions.
When is not a choice
I made?
When is anything not a human choice that we do?
Yeah, that's why I don't make a lot of excuses for people. And people hate me and get mad at me.
Here we go. So that's why I wanted to say your choice can only be as good as the information you have. That's where we blurring this line. I want to get JW. He ain't said nothing. I get what you're saying, Jay. In 2025, you got ChatGPT, you got college, you've been educated, your parents were great, you know a lot. You can only make as good as choices as the information and knowledge that you have, Jay Tillman. So we can't, like I say, you blurring the lines. But I'm gonna get you in, JW. What you got?
All right. Hello everybody. I've been listening pretty much the whole show. So I put it like this way: my experience is that I've worked, in subsidized housing. I'm a social worker by trade and whatnot, and I've also even worked in a halfway house. So it's one, So you are correct. Oh shoot, Gavin, you are correct. You make decisions, based on what is presented to you. But it's also as a person, you have the right to question things. You have a right to be able to figure out what works best for you. You have a right and stuff like that to be able to be, to be able to do things different. So actually, those cinder block, high rises basically reminds me of one thing. It reminds me of a prison. And it's one of those things because it's cheap construction. I worked in half a house that literally was like those, like those high rises. It was steel. It was a steel construction. Cheap. What do you call drywall? Everything. Barely even had any insulation and whatnot. And that's what they do. It's like no different than the prisons that they got here now, where they have the illegals. There. They're just there to house people because they make money off of it. So back in the 60s and stuff, one of the things that they programs that they had, I think it was FDR. No, not FDR. Sorry. LBJ. Nope. LBJ. He was in the 60s. So they created this idea of the war on poverty because of the shacks and everything that they had and whatnot. And so because of that money, they used that to basically create the high rises. Because see what was happening is something you had all these people from the Great Migration, which happened back from the 1900s all the way until about the 1970s or so. And so, as we were talking about before, you had all these people coming up here. So where are you going to be able to put them? Because you ain't going to have them just hanging out in the street because of crime, redlining, all that kind of stuff. And so that's why they created those high rises. They did all these different policies and laws and rules and whatnot to keep us in one place because they did not want us to be able to go into the better parts of town. All the stuff that you were talking about is because of the war on poverty, all of it. So no, somebody one of the commentators said something about they want to keep us all there. You were correct. And so when it came down to about 1968, I believe that's when the Vietnam War started. All that money for the war on poverty went toward that. And that's why the projects became became trash in a slum because they diverted that money from that. They were done with that. They did not care about having no elevator fixed. They had all those kind of rules because basically they wanted us to be in a basically prison-like environment. You don't hear about no community empowerment, environmental empowerment for the community, any of that stuff. And also, by the way, that man, he would never live in that kind of place. Because see, if he did live in that kind of place like that, he wouldn't even say half of the trash that he was talking about. When I was listening to that, man, I would have said he's a liar, and I wanted to laugh because that was a man clearly that did not have no clue about living in the projects. He's an administrator.
Why would he, and why would he have to? Like, I don't have no clue about that. Listen, I don't. It's a lifestyle that I can't connect to. It is what it is. We can't begrudge somebody for not connected to the next person. Bull crap. It's just some stuff that I don't know. I can't even connect to the baby mama drama. I don't know what that feels like. I don't got it. So it's like, you're right. This guy wouldn't live there. Why would he? He wouldn't understand it. Why should he? Nobody can answer the can we why? Why should he? We like to put our stuff on people, but why should he?
All right, let me get these super chats real quick.
Appreciate your devil games. Says, by the way, this was a time of Jim Crow and segregation. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, hey, Richard Meter, did y'all used to shoot skyrockets pointed at the adjacent buildings during the 4th of July? We were foolish eggs. Yeah, we called them something else, though.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate you, Big Bad Bull. Says she's flat out wrong. They did not want people to use it for a permanent long-term residence. We have to stop it. Only fools would choose to stay in the projects for their entire life. Shout out to my family.
That part. So what you got, Ebony? I'm gonna let this video keep going.
To go off of the last comment, if it was really designed for people to get on their feet and to move on, then first of all, this is during segregation. They didn't even want us drinking out of the same fountains and even swimming in the same pools as them, let alone getting employment at certain jobs. So there were a lot of people who couldn't even really get jobs all like that. And they were offered pennies, in order to work. So if they weren't getting the loans for homes, if they were getting redlined and all these things were going on, where else were they supposed to go? I understand Unc be streaming and Jay Tillman, you guys were like, well, why didn't they do this? If you're not getting employed and they're not allowing you to live in certain places, and this is what they have set up, where else, like, what would you have suggested for them to do?
Oh, they didn't have any choice. But my question is, why is it still going on today?
I think that's where we get conflation from
That's what I was saying,
2025
Clancy.
from
That's what I'm
1960. She was talking about back then. I get her point. She is.
No, I understand that. So I completely agree with everything about back then. I completely agree with everything about back then. But we still black people. We was black people then. We black people now. Then I understand. But the question is, why these same black people still doing it today? And nobody.
Which is why I said to the comment before is that it was not designed for us to come, like, to get on our feet, or else there wouldn't have been so many stipulations. So even right now, people that live in the projects or Section 8 or whatever and stuff, you can't pass a certain amount of dollar in order for you to qualify. So they're kind of keeping them in that position because they know if they make too much money, then they won't qualify for those benefits anymore. And they'll have to start paying for things. I'm not saying that it's the right choice. I'm just saying it was never designed for us to get on our feet and to not utilize them anymore. That's the whole plan. They wanted us to be in those environments, to not get on our feet and to do those things.
So why are we playing along with them?
I get what they're saying. Well, now we are, but back then I get it. And I have said this,
right.
Yeah, back then, shout out to the movie Claudine, right? The dude he was talking about, he said, what am I supposed to do? He said, I'm doing my best. And I acknowledge that, you to some degree, I've acknowledged we all are a product of our environment. It's a tough pill to swallow, man. It really is. Like I said, we come from it. I don't excuse it. However, I could see it. We lost a lot of friends and family members to the madness of the ghetto, to the projects. I understand. However, we still got to keep moving forward. Acknowledge it and move forward.
I left behind me these stone walls closed in on you. When I go there, I can sit on the porch, or my kids can go in the yard and play. I can open a door and walk out and say, don't do this, or come inside and eat. These little small things really what matters.
We do want them to better themselves. That is the sole purpose of the public housing program. We want their morale to go up. We hope and pray that they can merely use public housing for an economic reason, and that they will better themselves, get better jobs, make more money, and go into the private market. We are not in competition with the private market.
So as y'all see, Robert Taylor Homes, about the early 1990s, it was over. All right, building destroyed, covered in litter. All right, you had the gang violence, all this going on. 97% of the tenants were unemployed by 1993. You had the vice lords and the GDs and all that going on. It was over. They tore it down. And now go look what's down there. Go look what's down there in Chicago.
That's crazy. They said a maintenance man was beaten to deletion.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Walker. Maintenance man, that's what finally closed it. Why did he beat to deletion? Because he let the police into the building. And so they can do a raid during a gang meeting, I think. There was a meeting going on. One of the janitors let the police in, and they did a raid, and they found out who he was, and they took him out.
And ninjas will say that's the man fault. Ninjas would say the man painted that graffiti all over the buildings. Ninjas would say the man tore all that stuff down. And ninjas would say the man got something to do with them stomping out that maintenance worker who probably was somebody who looked just like them.
JP,
that's what ninjas would say.
JP, do you think that maintenance man should have got stomped out?
We're going to get you in, JP. We about to get final thoughts. We ain't going to be up here too much longer. JP, what you got, brother?
So, I come from the ghetto, right down the street, from Chicago, with Milwaukee area. A lot of us got the same family. Everybody's still from Mississippi. That's where like our original roots from, like Mississippi. They moved to Chicago, then Milwaukee. When they filled up in the projects in Chicago, that's when they came to Milwaukee and filled up the neighborhoods there. But they all related. I would say to what Unc been saying. Wise, you want me to be quiet or?
You are a false prophet, and security, take him out of here.
No, keep going, Jay. Just keep going.
So, the same way that when they fought for us to sit on the front of the bus, we go right to the back today. Right? The same way we used to get whipped, we whip our kids the same way. The same way that they used to force black women to have sex with them, they willingly doing today. So it's no different. It seems like everything that was forced on us, we doing it now. So with that being said, we was forced, couldn't get these jobs. So we decided not to work. And I personally believe that black people, we've been working and slaving, try to get approval from Eurocentric since we've been over here. And it don't matter if we was on welfare or working a job or getting a career. We still get viewed the same way. We are a monolith in America. I know black people like to want to think that they live like white people and is they not the same as the regular ninjas out the ghetto, but you are the same. They view all of us the same. There has been examples of educated black people who have been destroyed in the court of law, who has been destroyed from the police department, and et cetera, They got fired from their jobs. These engineer happened in my city, the Miller Parkway. He actually came on my Facebook Live a week before he deleted 5 white guys at the Miller company. So it don't really matter, if you working or getting welfare. So they still gonna treat you the same way. So that's why I decided to give up trying to get the white man's approval. And since they promised me a deal that they gave everybody else, the Indians, the Mexicans, they get a check every month. And nobody called them out. Nobody make shame them. Nobody make fun of them because they feel entitled to that check, right? They felt like they're entitled. Well, I'm entitled to a check, right? And the Indians, all of the Indians or the Mexicans, that they get their little just due, they wasn't in ancient days. We even got the J community who got destroyed in another country that comes over here and got power as if Americans did something to them. The Americans didn't do anything to the J community. The Germans did. But yet, Americans taking care of them and nobody got no problem with it. So I said, man, okay, well, it seems like the people that get respect is the people that get them checks. So I decided to remove myself from the workplace. Because at this point, it's like I'm expected to be a slave. Because anytime you got to be forced to do something or feel obligated for no reason at all, and they have quantified, put up a standard. Well, this is a man playing on our head, so we can tell each other, well, a real man go out there and work, but you ain't working for yourself. These bridges, these infrastructure that black people are building, you Google the people who built it, who is it named after, it don't got name one of us names on there. And we've been building it. They got somebody else that was either working in the office that didn't get dirty, or somebody that didn't even work in the on the grounds at all. But we put in the work. So I said, well, I'm gonna do my way and get my respirations, my 48 acres in the mule check every month and get on welfare.
Let me ask you this.
I decided to get off of it with my food card.
Let me ask you this, JP. Do you think all black people should not work?
Yes. I think black people should take a 30-year break.
And then what? Who's gonna take care of us?
The government.
They shut down right now.
Well, not necessarily.
Well,
I just got approved for W-2 welfare benefits.
W-2? What's W-2? What's that?
W-2 is an upgrade of welfare. They changed. They make you now. I got to either work a part-time job or
you got to work. W-2 is a job.
Or you could go fill out for jobs and pretend like you looking for jobs. I go fill out some astronaut jobs just to show them, okay, he fill out for astronaut position and then get hired and stuff like that. So I know how to tweak it a little bit.
They gonna get you, Jay, for what? They gonna find out. They gonna say, Jay Prince, you can't be an astronaut. You can't be a rocket scientist. They gonna say you gotta apply.
It's unethical and racist to tell me that, because I feel like I am qualified to do these type of. They usually W-2 they just want to see you off your butt for 4 hours. So you just go on the computer and go up there and fill out some little bogus job that you know you can't get rid of.
There's suffering in your decision. There's much suffering.
No, I'm not suffering. This is the first time I felt the state of freedom. You would think me working and making money, I will be free. I was more imprisonment than I am today on government assistance.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's levels to working now? Everything ain't equal. All jobs ain't the same.
Well, I think if you working, you should be building something for yourself, working for yourself. If you're going to go work, like for example, I got a hot dog cart and a food truck, and my food truck just about open. So once I get off here, before I touch that field again, I'm going to be working for myself. I don't want to rush to go out there and work for put my life in the hands of a boss that going to pick with me and say, well, your voice too deep, or, they find woo out the band, find little ways to get rid of you or make you got to walk on your tippy toes. You have to change your voice. You have to cut off your hair. You have to wear skinny ass jeans. Man, anybody got time for that? If I can't be myself, I don't want to be there.
You had to work up to that. You had to work. Then you have to work to get jobs to work and save up and get your food truck and hot dog cart.
No, I didn't. I used the stimulus checks. And my baby.
Did you have to file with the state to get the certification for the hot dog truck and the food cart?
Right.
Well, that's what I'm about to do now. So I owe them. I got to pay $900 to do that. But at least it's going.
How you gonna get the $900?
Well, I'm trying to find me another chick. To tell them the dream. Or it's many ways. It's many ways. I know how to. I can't share it.
You have to stop. Y'all keep talking. Huh? You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up.
I got you out of here, JP. Let somebody bring you back. But listen, check your Instagram, man. We're gonna get you back up here. We're gonna do a show. All right, but they got you out of here tonight.
That you was just cooking, brother JP. Shout out to Richard Me that come through with the 100 ball. Says, let me save you, JP, from the listening ears of the United States government before you destroy your government benefits. Oh, that was love. Yeah, he said, stop dry snitching on yourself, JP.
Shout out to Richard.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
There's a part of me that want to say,
that was perfect. That was perfect. Shout out to JP, man. He articulated himself quite well.
He did in the beginning, but it kind of fell off the bridge.
Y'all can bring JP back if y'all want. But Rashad got him out of here.
Yeah. Go ahead, Classy. Good to see you up here, but don't be a stranger, Ninja.
It started off good in the beginning, and it just plummeted all the way down to the pits of hell.
It was only one way it was going.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I mean, he seems to be comfortable in that situation. It's not something that I condone, but hey, I guess you gotta live your life.
It's the honesty that I respect. You heard him?
Yeah, you gotta respect the honesty.
He said so, Mr.
Like,
Walker.
wow.
Listen, we be up here. Bonquisha say, I be putting in applications. I have said it. I said she be trying to apply to NASA. And y'all be like, you don't know. Thank you, JP. Y'all just be confirming what we telling y'all, man.
I love it. He said, I'm just gonna mess around. I just show him stuff. I was on unemployment one time, and it was only for like 3 weeks or 2 weeks. Yeah, they cut me off quick. And yeah, you had to go to the mall, and show them that you trying to work. I found me a job. I wasn't trying to scheme nothing. But I guess, I don't know. I guess to each his own, JP said he ain't struggling. He having a good time. He feel free. Freedom.
Relative. Like I told Jay earlier, come down to the knowledge. We got to educate ourselves and want more for us, families. I'm going to keep saying it. Like I say, 2 things is true. If you operate in without the knowledge, you're going to be doing some ignorant stuff, but we got to get back to the families. To question of tonight, the truth about our community. We need a real plan, and it don't involve the government assistance. Not like that. Maybe because some of the welfare programs are good. Shout out to Beans, right? Some of the welfare program, but when we talk about food stamps and stuff, you have to meet a certain criteria to qualify for some of that stuff. We want the stuff that Bill Gates and them getting, right? We want all that stuff, the good welfare. We don't want the bad stuff.
I want to be in position to be a resourceful father to all my kids up until my last days. That's my desire. That's why I work. Ain't got nothing to do with me. As much my life is bigger than me. My life is not my own. It belongs to my family. I'm not about to sit here and be comfortable. I'm not looking for comfort. I'm not looking for comfort. I shall earn my leisure. I shall work my way into comfort. But yeah, this is for the family. Like I said, that's my undying passion. I got to see my family do better than me. I grew up in those projects. I grew up eating sleep for dinner. I know all about it. And I'd be dang if I continue that cycle, knowing the nightmares and trauma that it gave me. I believe it to be evil to pass down these curses. And they are curses because you can get rid of them. And I often say that we are, taking or pouring from an empty cup, but that's not exactly true. The empty cup has a false bottom. We got to look deeper, much, much deeper than slavery and Jim Crow. Our roots go much, much deeper than that. Our history did not start with slavery.
No.
There you go. And that's part of the problem as well, right? That woman in that video back in 1962, there was a disconnect, right? She didn't have the knowledge from slavery. The stuff wasn't passed down. It's unfortunate. Like I said, I agree, it's unfortunate, but we got to do better in 2025. We are literally making the same excuses. We cannot, it's unacceptable at this point. Even if I could sit here and accept some of this back in the day, today, this is why we go so hard, because we should know this stuff and move accordingly. These are cautionary tales. Some of this stuff was probably meant to happen so we can get to better days, but we can't remain in this state.
And I'm sorry, and I have to call this out, being in the medical field. This information, you can get it on the internet. This information has been out since the 90s. I remember when it was just one single mother. Something in me told me that this is going to grow and it's going to get out of control if we don't put a stop to it. I seen it coming. And with all the contraceptives and everything, there is no way you should just be getting pregnant out of the blue like that.
They just hunt you, man.
Unless you're trying to be underneath the government's thumb, my opinion.
Well, she said she wanted to have a bunch of kids, but that lady looked nice, man. She had a nice dress on, earrings was in, hair was done up.
Still was talking about that lady?
That lady?
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about.
Look at that hair.
In,
Hair look nice.
no, I'm sure, but
Skin
I'm
was
talking
glowing.
about
Nice
in
dress.
today's
Necklace.
world, and I'm just talking about in
Smoking the
today's.
cigarettes. I hear you, Classy. I hear
No,
you.
no,
I'm
I
just
know
saying.
you don't. I know you just.
Them kid, the girls was matching. Everybody looked nice.
See, y'all don't see the horror here. See, shout out to
I
you,
see it.
brother Jay Tillman. Like, and again, like at this point, I don't think there's anything wrong with us giving our lived experience. I think we have to. What else can we give? You know, at the same time, me and Mr. X, I swear I can't stress it. We live that out. Those little girls, they become statistics. You know, I'm telling you, we know there's nothing glorious. That was the fall. Gam and Pat with that house and them living in the projects. Them baby, I'm telling you, it's a whole field trip going to grandma's house. It's clean, it's quiet. They spoil you with name brand sweets and treats, just regular stuff. But it seemed like they rich. Those were our rich uncles. They were living on a fixed income. But to us, they were rich.
And a lot of thing is crazy is these kids don't even know what Sunday dinners are.
Facts, man.
I know as well. The same thing this lady is my first cousin. She got into the the dibbling and dabbling and stuff, and her children looks like a United Nations. Let's just say that they all. I'm talking about
different,
all
tones.
different, black, light skin, Blasian, everything. So I know that what you talking about. When I say some of this stuff, like when I say she dressed nice and stuff like that, I know it's on the other side of that as well. Like you said, them kids is just she just setting them up to be victims because Pop he the only one that was there, and then some other knucklehead in that town thing or whatever going to get them out there doing all kinds of wild stuff. They're gonna get the drinking or whatever. Then they're gonna just perpetuate what mom did already, and it's not even gonna be as structured as mom is right now, because she's still, even if it's like a little bit of chaos in there, I still see some structure in what she got going on. Her kids don't look ruly. They might be when they get out around the other kids, but her kids look pretty, but every generation that goes from her on, I already know what it looks like.
That was still a little fear of grandma. Yeah, there was a respect and fear for grandma. Grandma laid leather to your rear end. So that was and Thelma, she would get us. That's why they act like that. But like you said, soon as that family structure went away, it became a free for all, and it felt like overnight.
And it's just like when you like, for example, you know how you see in a lot of these television shows and stuff where that kid is always getting into trouble. He gets arrested or excuse my language, he gets shot. I see him in the hospital. You always see that black mother say, "Oh, he was a good baby. He was a good boy." And I'm thinking, yeah, he was good to you, but out in the public, he's a different person.
Yep.
And I would say my problem with being overly anecdotal is we will have to tell the whole truth, because I would say if I would just sit here and say, well, I made it out this and that, but for every one Gavin X, there's 100 nugs dead or in prison. So that's the math of it all. I can't sit here and be like, I made it out. Y'all ain't got no excuses. Yada, yada, yada. Or that was my grandma. My grandma made out, but there was 1,000. So we just got to weigh it all out.
Yes, there's going to be a Ben Carson that comes out of that situation. There's going to be a Kevin Durant come out that situation or something like that. But we all know the majority of these kids, it's something in the kid's mind that says, this is not what I want for my life. And a lot of these single mothers don't know. A lot of their children despise them for putting them in that situation. That's what helps them actually grow. But we also know there's a lot of them that don't have the mental capacity or the mental strength to actually break out of that. They're going to be another statistic. There's a ton of them. You're absolutely right about that, Mr. Gavin.
And I think I saw it on an old SBC live where y'all was saying that corner boys pretty much make minimum wage. I think that's something that happened. They say corner boys pretty much make minimum wage. So you putting your life in jeopardy from, perishing or going to prison or jail, and you're making the same thing you would make if you just went to school for be an electrician. You will make more, actually. Yes. That's a McDonald's job, Wendy's, Dairy Queen. Like, what's the point?
And
It's
it's
the
true.
mentality.
It's observable. Yeah, Mr. X sounds depressed.
Information. Not to cut you off, Mr. Walker, but they don't have the information. Believe it or not, ain't nobody explained that to them, Jay. As simple as that was, we up here on an open platform giving away free game. Nobody ever sat there and told these ninjas, you know, you only because they chasing the dream. Everybody watching Scarface and want to be Tony Montana. So it's almost like telling a high school football player to stop playing when he like, nah, I'm going to the NFL. So it's always chasing that dream and false hope, and nobody's telling the truth like you just did.
And it's that instant gratification. You know, I'll never forget, may rest in peace, my cousin. We're in gym class, and he had just got a hold of some work. He had got him a little car, and I remember we sitting in gym class, and my ignorance, I was proud of him. I said, "What's up, cuz?" I said, "You coming over chill?" He said, "No, cuz I got a date today." And he was glowing, and he said, "Yeah, you know, he had started being a street pharmacist." And he was like, "Man, I got a date, man, I got a car." And he gave me a couple bucks. And I get him like, that's what can you say? Like that's how they claim, that's how they gain their manhood. A job at McDonald's, you ain't getting no coup de cotta. I worked at Wendy's. I know it. Listen, you got the D-boy cousin in the Caprice Classic with the sound system, or you got the wholesome guy walking from Wendy's in the Payless shoes. It ain't happening. So I understand the sick allure.
And
JW, just get you a big girl. She like that you smell like fries all the time.
And JW, let me say this right quick. I'm gonna let you go. It's kind of like it. I think if I remember the album by Ice Cube, I don't know if it was Death Certificate or the other one. He had that skit where the kids were in school, and the teacher asked him, "What do you want to be for a living?" One kid said he wanted to be a doctor. The other said he wanted to be a firefighter. What was the other kid said, "I just want a ride, a hoopty, and a big butt girl in the back with the back of the chains, with gold chains." And that's what they find appealing nowadays, is they're getting to that. They think that's what it is to be a man nowadays. But go ahead, JW. I know you've been quiet. Sorry.
Welcome, JW.
I'll get you in. Also, you turn your mic down and you coming in hot, brother.
Let me see. Maybe I'll turn on my volume here. But you know, I'm gonna be a little bit too close. But in any case, how am I sounding?
We hear you.
All right. So all this stuff reminds me of like the time when I worked at the halfway house. And the thing is that, and that's one thing I did ask and stuff, is that they got into, you know, be out in the streets because it's quick, easy money. You don't have to fill out no application. You don't have to have no job experience, so to speak. But you know, but only thing you need is to be available. And being available to be able to hustle all that time. They don't see they see the money, but they don't work. They don't break it down. They don't break it down as far as when it comes down to how much it costs to be to get incarcerated. A lawyer, that judge, that, you know, what is it, that the wearing that orange, being in prison, in that jail cell, all of that costs money. You'll spend more money and stuff like that to be to fight for your, if you have a chance, to fight for your freedom than actually versus just working a job, having a career. See, they don't see that. See, if you, yes, you have to be to do different, you have to be shown different.
Amen.
If you don't be shown different, how can I be able to, you know, have the opportunity at least to step through? So it becomes, the second step is someone has to be able to not necessarily hold your hand, but someone has to be able to make it make sense. You have to compare, you have to analyze, you have to think about it. Because if you don't have no time to be able to think about it, if you're too busy dealing with, you know, like my man was saying before about the Maslow hierarchy of needs, man, I ain't trying to be able to hear about all that other stuff. I got $100 or more in my pocket. So you get, you know, so the thing is, if I can get the easy money, I get the other stuff easy to make it look like I'm doing good. That's why we be flossing all the time, all these gold chains, shoes, all that, because it's a front. Because we want to fit in. But what are you fitting yourself into? Are you fitting yourself into that jail cell, that box, or are you feeling something that's going to be life affirming that gives back? That's, you know, that's the thing that a lot of them just, you know, fail to, you know, understand that, yeah, you may be, you know, you may see that, you know, being impoverished in the ghetto is a trap, but it's prisons. That's a trap. That's like the ultimate trap, because see, that sticks with you forever. It's hard to even. There's a lot of jobs out there you can't even be able to get if you have a record. There's stuff out there that you can't even get expunged. It will stay with you. That is what that's what those powers that be want. They want you to be able to think that money is the what do you call it, solution to everything. It's not. Your self-worth is the true answer. To be able to give back is the true answer, because see, that's what keeps the money circulating. That's why Black Wall Street worked as well. Money was circulating. Even white people, even you already see what the white people did to our own communities, because they wish they had what we had. Just because just because they threw out redlining, racism, and all that kind of stuff would stop us, they underestimated us. That's I think one of the biggest problems that I see with Black folks. We underestimate. We have so much talent, we don't even know what to do with ourselves. So guess what we do? We shoot ourselves in the foot. They're not doing it.
I agree.
They'll do everything what it takes to be preserved. Look, if you had to be able to look at it statistically by crimes and whatnot, it's sort of like when it comes down to crime and whatnot, their numbers are going to be bigger, of course, because they're a bigger group. But when it comes down to looking at white on white crime versus black on black crime, they ain't trying to kill themselves unless you betrayed their race. They will take you out. You'll be like Casper. They will. Poof, what happened to Tom? Oh well, he was at the golf course at the time, but now he's just gone. Because they don't play that. Us, we'll actually put a ninja out, take a ninja out and put it on the internet. Who does that?
Ignorance.
You know what, JW?
Golf course, Tom, they're not taking each other out. It's the lower ones that take each other. Golf course, anybody, they're not taking each other out like that.
I mean, I'm starting to, I gotta say something that I've been seeing lately on YouTube. I'm starting to see a lot of videos from these young guys rejecting gang culture and certain rap music. I'm starting to see that a lot lately. They starting to say that stuff is lame. They're like, I don't want to live life like that. I'm starting to see a lot more of that from the youth on YouTube.
It should. I believe this new gang culture with all these addict gang members out here popping mollies and perks. Yeah, I think that's like us seeing crack. I would hope the next generation like, whoa, y'all zombies. I don't care how skinny your jeans is. You're still a zombie.
Man.
Appreciate you, brother Chad, coming through like you do. Says U.S. President Johnson, LBJ, instituted the draft lottery. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, Richard. Says, yes, we did, et al. And we had rock battles with other buildings. Hawthorne, wow, yeah.
Rock battles. Yeah, we used to stay busting heads, which was wicked. They send somebody to the hospital, get their head stapled back up.
I remember I got hit with a rock, man, that they threw it over a house. And it was, wow, I was mad. It was pretty cool that they hit me. Guess I got a big ass head, but it's, rock battles.
That's why you didn't finish college, because the rock.
I got rock damage.
Money.
Shout out to brother Richard. Says JW, America's involvement in Vietnam began in the late 1950s with military advisors, but major military escalation started in August 1964 in the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Okay, history buffs.
Shout out to Richard.
Appreciate you, Uncle Tall, always coming through. He says, I agree. I wasn't designed for us to thrive, but we have to fight the system and step out of the matrix. I'm glad my family did. There you go. Yeah. Appreciate you, Project Leroy, coming through this evening, brother. Says, for your information, the Northern Lights are visible right now from everywhere I want to see. Appreciate you, Frederick Howard. Says, Grandpa held up many families. Yeah, he did. The only reason Big Mama had something, shout to Kev. After he's gone, we see the family collapse. Bonquisha 6'6". The children suffer. I don't know who to say exactly who's at fault. Folks got to pass down authority and information.
That part. And here, shout out to Project Leroy.
Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says, say your goodbyes to Unc B windmilling. Keep those troll thoughts on your channel. Shout to Project Leroy. Appreciate your chat. Says, let me save you, JP, from the listening ears of the United States government before you destroy your government benefits. That's
My
love.
God. JP.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate you, Richai. Says, we need a collateral revolution. We need to learn how to be a community. We need to understand that money is a tool. That part. We need to know when to use the tool. We need to understand some of our people will not be on the same page and step over them. That is relinquishing the poverty mindset. Money is a tool. That's a far out thought to the impoverished. Trust me, I know.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
So shout out to Richai and Project Leroy come through sponsoring the show.
Appreciate y'all, man.
Wish I had 10,000 tongues just to thank you. If I were Chinese, I'd say oh dear. If I were Danish, I'd say mango takt. If I were Italian, I'd say grazia. If I were Hebrew, I'd say toda raba. If I were Greek, I would say Eucharisto. If I were Japanese, I'd say domo arigato. If I were Portuguese, I'd say obrigado. If I were Spanish, I'd say muchas gracias. If I were German, I'd say danke schön. If I were French, I'd say merci beaucoup. If I were Russian, I'd say spasiba. If I were Kenyan, I'd say ashanta. If I were Nigerian, I'd say eshe pupo. If I were Zulu, I'd say ingia bonga. If I were Sutu, I'd say keyali boha. If I were deaf, I'd say, but since I am who I am, and I got what I got, and I feel what I feel, I'll just say thank you, praise your name, amen. Yeah, boom, shakalaka.
Shout out to Richard Media, Project Leroy, and the Pulpit Showman.
That part. So we're gonna get final thoughts. I see Brother Q come back up. What you got, brother?
Yeah, I came back up. I had to run to the store and do father things for my kids. But I wanted to share something with you all, in that I do appreciate you guys coming online and being willing to have this platform for people to get up here and discuss things. And for all of those who come up who have information to convey to one another, you guys got to remember, this is something that I've learned that I'll share with you all, is that sometimes we think that we're fighting truth with falsehood. And on some level that's true, but you're not just fighting truth and falsehood. You're also fighting contending against relationships, how the information made it to those people. So when you come and you challenge somebody's information, you're challenging the person that gave them that information. That information came from people who they love, honor, or respect at some point. And so when that information that they receive from them, your information conflicts with that, they having to deal with two things: the information being false, possibly, and also the person who gave them the information being incorrect. And so that takes time. And also too, when you're trying to convey new information to people, you have to build a relationship with them. One thing that I hope that, by me speaking with Gavin Mr. Walker, they at least came to some level of acceptance that, Brother Q seems to be portrayed to who he actually is. And that's a relationship. So just because your information may be true, it needs to be conveyed to another person in the form of a relationship. Otherwise, it'd be dubious to them. Not to mention, it's going to be contending against information they received from somebody else. So that's all I wanted to share with you all.
Amen, brother.
You guys have a good evening.
Appreciate you. Always good to have you, man. I agree with you. Yeah, folks ain't, and we're learning that. I think that goes along with what I said. Like, folks want to know why, and how are you the messenger, and what you're saying, especially when it comes to criticism. And with that, if you got a relationship and they trust you, they believed you, you've built that rapport over time. That's what it takes. That, using that example, Brother Q, that is how I personally was able to get a member of the KKK to change his ways, by finding the common ground, building rapport, instead of lashing out and being violent and ignorant and being predictable, which I was very prone to do, and using my common sense. Yes, I agree 100%, brother. Got to build that rapport. Humans, we are not easily trusting at all.
That part, I agree. So what you got, Classy? You muted. Hold on.
Yeah. Honestly, when it pertains to our community, the problem with us is that a lot of us ignore information, especially in today's world. It's right in front of us. I don't care if it has to deal with medical, but I want to say one thing. We need shame back in our communities. And I got to tell the truth right now. Black women, y'all producing these kids with these guys that you deem to be the most masculine thing for the community. Let me tell you something. It is destroying our community. You are not going to be able to have what you have with one side of the equation being accountable while the other side is doing whatever the hell they want to do, free for all. You see what happened when the government shut down. I'm not saying it was just only black women. I'm just specifically talking about us. Y'all freaked out. You tell me that I'm a slave for going to work. You're even a bigger slave getting on your hands and knees, asking for a government that never liked you in the first place to provide you for what you want instead of your man. And the problem, what you don't understand is that your kids are being raised by the government to be put in prison because they took the men out of the home. And you're expecting your kids to be what? Basketball players like Sebastian Telfair when they take all the money away from them when they start screwing up? They don't have any guidance. How you expect to find a better man if you raising the type of men that you want? But you don't want your child to be a thug, but you will date a thug and get pregnant by a thug. If you think that's going to save our community, you are sadly mistaken. But nevertheless, black people, we have all the information. We know exactly what to do. There's nothing in this country that is stopping us from doing it. We're just lazy, and we need to get out of it. Point blank, period. I digress.
I rock with that message, brother. Classy, 100%. You know, coming from a broken home and not having a father in the home, I still dare to adopt the mentality that there are no such thing as lazy kids, just lazy parents.
Lazy parents.
How can an individual like me take that position whenever? How would I take that with all the excuses I got laying in front of me to be a not-ish dad? I got a Bible full of them. I got all the excuses in the world, huh? Shout out to Mr. Wilson. I didn't graduate college because I got no education. I got a lot of excuses, but it ain't worth it. Again, Kev said it best. One of the things I did not want to hear coming from Kevin Samuels, may he rest in peace. It is not our fault, but it is our responsibility. Absolutely. God dang, that sucks. It's not your fault that you effed up. It ain't your fault that you grew up in public housing. It ain't your fault that you were uncared for, discarded, unloved. But it is your responsibility to make it better. Either you do or you don't. That is it. It's a tough pill to swallow. But if you can get it down, it's worth it.
And black children, if you're in a situation like that and you know something is wrong, look up to the sky and you tell the Lord, I'm better than this and I deserve better than this. I love my mother, but I do not want to be my mother.
Amen.
My parents, I was created from two parents that was irresponsible, but I'm not going to be irresponsible. I'm going to be a whole lot better than them. That's how you save the black community. I digress.
Amen, brother. That is it.
I agree. What you got, Brother Jay?
Something you always say, Gavin: family, family, family. That's going to be the cornerstone of any reparations, any repairing of our community is going to start first with family. And in conjunction with that, if I see any one of us with one of these in their hand and they tell me they didn't know something or had a lack of information, I'm gonna call them a liar. This right here, that question you asked, Mr. Walker, at the beginning of the show, did we get to the moon? This has more technology in it than all the technology they had to get to the moon right here. So no, we did not go to the moon. But that's it. Family and information, the dissemination of factual information is what's going to save the community, and the willingness to change. I always have a willingness to change. I get up here, I have conversations with y'all, debate, disagreements or whatever like that. Might see it as an opposition at one point. I might integrate it into my thought process later in life because, things change. I understand. I'm never going to take when Gavin tell me, no, Jay, you got it. Okay, let me eat that real quick. Let me chew on that. Let me digest it and see what's going on. Am I coming at this from a wrong perspective? Am I coming at it from a perspective of lacking knowledge? That's why I said Rakai. I guess I got to reach out to Rakai to get a little bit more information in the future. I'm going to see how to do that. I'm not going to do it right now, but I am going to see how to do it. But all that being said, subscribe to J Tillman 45 for my music. Go to Back to the Flicks. Shout out to I'm gonna do a shout out to Raquel Rose. We both started our channels around the same time. She is an inspiration to me. Just seeing her dedication as well in her channel and the way she's structured, I saw her busting up all types of a schedule to the future in the New Year's, Christmas, all this. I'm like, yo, she is on it, man. What am I doing? I'm in a new house now. I'm settled. I need to get on it. So every Friday at 3 p.m. I'm gonna try to drop something new, and I'm working on my lives as well to see if I can get it here.
You gotta take try out your state.
I am right. Thank you, brother Walker. I am going to drop something every Friday at 3 p.m. and I am working on starting a live platform as well. So
there you go. Shout out to you, brother Jay Tillman. Again, this YouTube stuff is real. Today, me and my son going to the range, which is a miracle in itself. We going to the range and we listen to Jay Tillman's what is it? Winter nights beats, cozy beats for the winter nights. We go, he done fell asleep in the passenger seat, but that's a beautiful thing, man. Like, you know, my son, he know Jay Tillman coming on the radio. Yeah, shout out to your brother. Love your station. I'm always listening to it. Like I said, I'm gonna give you all your watch hours. That's what I listen to. Lo-fi. I like stuff that soothes my soul. I need it. You know, I got a raging spirit, man. I need that. Calms me down. I can't be saying listening to DMX like I used to. I'll be off the meat rack.
Man, you don't know how much I appreciate that, man.
Hey, shit, man. That's
I'm looking
real.
to have hundreds of hours of listening as I continue. So,
amen, brother, for sure.
Listen,
you're right, Rakai. I will.
Yeah, make sure y'all drop his link in the chat, Sister Olawa. If you can, share Brother Jay's link.
There we go. Good stuff, man. It's my favorite channel. Shout out to the Lo-Fi. I'm saying when you said that's like no way, because I be listening to, I always listen to Lo-Fi. Now you're the only one I listen to. If I'm gonna listen, we talk about this. We gotta start putting it to work. If we are going to listen to a genre, I'm gonna support you. I'm supporting you. I support the brother CDT Beats. Yes, I'll be dang. I'm gonna support the people that's close to me. And I genuinely, I'm picky with music. That's the thing. I genuinely like it. I love it, man. Keep it up.
Corey Joe over 1,000 watts as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, brother Corey Joe, he made a couple drops for us. Shout out to him.
There we go.
And like I said, shout out to Olawa dropping Jay's link. There it go. Rachad, make sure y'all go over and subscribe and check him out.
For sure. I'll be listening tonight like every night.
Like I said, we appreciate you coming up tonight, brother Jay. Until next time.
Thanks again for having me, as always.
Appreciate you.
Brother. So look, we've been talking about it. We done made it through. This was a wild show. I think we made progress tonight. All right. As wild as it was, the house is on fire. All right. The truth about our community. We need real plans. That's just the net of it. We can sit up here and talk and do ad hominems and make excuses and all that, but we really need a plan. And I told y'all, I really think family is the way. You know, I come from a bastardized house, and I don't know anything about it. But once I started doing it, this is the way. It's just the bottom line. I know both sides of the fence. And I'm telling you, the only way we get back right is not only start families, but do it right. Sacrifice. What does that look like for a man? Discipline, providing for your family, all this stuff. It all matters.
There you go. Again, glory to Kevin Samuels. Once again, that discipline. You know, that's, being a married man and a man of my caliber, that's I feed my ego, it is what it is, it feeds the ego to constantly turn down Kuda Kata. Get with it, fellas. That's the move. I'm telling you. It's not so much about hunching. It feels good to be desired. And the more you keep yourself to your woman, and I'm telling you, it's a beautiful thing. But like Mr. X said, it's that contrast we have. Hopefully it is, I can't help but say hopefully it is serving our folks, our contrast, our view, our position, what we have lived through, and our message. Like we can have a whole encyclopedia full of excuses as to why we will continue to be nugs, continue to be statistics. But it's just, you got to want more. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it takes. Like I said, growing up how we did and having so many of our peers fall to the wayside. What was the difference between me and this guy, me and my cousin? What was the difference? What was the difference? Just a mindset? I know me personally, I always reached for help. I ran towards help. I ran towards guidance counselors. I ran towards weightlifting coaches. I ran towards respectable preachers. Yes, ran towards them. F a gang. But at the same time, Mr. X and his brother used to say I had like big man syndrome. You're not thinking, especially E. You know, I didn't mind standing on my own because I was a relatively bigger fella. But you just can't be a coward. I don't care how big you is. It's about your heart, man. Can't be a coward. Dare to be better. It is a sign of being healed to dare to pour from an empty cup. Tall task.
That part. So like Classy said, we got to bring shame back, you know, and one more. Like you said, we are, Mr. Walker told y'all, we are the messengers. We come from nothing. All right. I was raised in a damn trap house all my life. So we can have all the excuses. We really can. And we don't make them because it's too easy to do. So I don't know.
That's a fact, man. Again, it's tough, Mr. X, because I got an idea who folks think they see up here on camera. I remember us being at elementary school assemblies and having folks like Mark Lay show up talking this, and I'm trying to hear none of this. Like you said, I'm going back home to the trap house. You don't understand. You could not understand. Impossible. I'm looking at you, Ninja. We assure you from the depths of our soul, we understand.
So yes, got to do better. Like I said, we showed a lot, them projects. We showed a project in 2025 and 1960. Ain't too much change. We can't keep depending on the government. We can't keep with the bastard kids because that's the root of it. Men and women. It's a smaller percent of the men, but we know they exist. We know it, but we can't get through to them without deleting them. They already said it out their mouth. Y'all gonna delete us or y'all won't stop us. We think it's easier to reach our sisters. We believe in y'all. Y'all can close y'all legs, take some birth control, you know, get some sense.
That's it. So much control. Our sisters have relinquished their control for placebo control or placebo power. The world, for whatever reason, told y'all it was liberation to relinquish your value. And for whatever reason, y'all follow suit for the majority. And here we are. How do we know it's the majority? The single mama rates. Ain't up for debate, and it's unfortunate, but y'all can do. Close your legs, change. Everyone keeps saying. I think it was Cameron or Mace. Like, everyone keeps saying it. If women said, in order to get this coup d'etat, you got to produce a pay stub, there will be a lot more pay stubs being produced. I told you my cousin was happy to start selling because he was getting coup d'etat. Y'all do have power. It's just not where y'all think today.
That's it. Stop relinquishing. All right. If that means a percentage of men don't get coup d'etat, that's unfortunate for them. I think it's going to inspire them to do better. Like Mr. Walker said, the coup d'etat is the inspiration for the future. Only the coup d'etat can make the babies and save the future. It's all based in the coup d'etat. One place. We ain't got to look around. It's right there.
Why did I start playing football? I found myself liking girls. Why did I become team captain in college? Because it gets you premium coup d'etat. Shout out to my wife. Yeah. It's all about premium.
What did it come down to? Everything. It came down to a box. What?
Coup d'etat rule the world indirectly. Indirectly, it does. Shoot, look at all these rich men falling victim to it. Shout out to Uncle Shay Shay. Shout out to all these NBA basketball coaches. Tell us what we lying. Shout out to Samson. All of it gets biblical.
That box. The Kudakata has always been the greatest destruction of man. We got to control ourselves. All right. I done been there, done that. Trust me, I ain't been no hypocrite. I done been there. I know. It's fun out there. Lots of fun. But what's more important? I have much more fun raising my children doing the right thing than I did out in the streets. It ain't even close.
It's so fulfilling. It's healing, Mr. X. You know, in a healthy way, man. I live vicariously through my whole family, seeing them living all cheerful, you know, and we ain't rich by anybody's stretch, baby, but we make it work, and our intentions are pure. And I'm telling you, it's healing. Seeing my sons growing up the way I wish I did, it's like I get to relive it all over again. It's like, it's good. This is good. It's very healing. I don't have to sit there and reflect and have these memories keep replaying because I'm building new ones in a selfless manner. I'm telling you, it's so healing. Nug, no. He know it. He's just broken. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, Mr. Walker, get your ass out of here. I got to see what this inside joke about. Appreciate your chat media. Says, just subscribe to Jay Tillman's channel for sure, man. Check that brother out, man. Support Jay. If you don't support Jay Tillman, then you ain't black. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, just subscribe to Jay Tillman. I have lo-fi vinyl albums in my collection. Okay, now we talking. Appreciate you, Richard. Says Gavin X, that 1960 project clip you showed tonight, I was one of those kids. Some of those kids are around now. Okay.
Listen, Richard, when I seen that, I ain't gonna lie. You the first person I thought of. I said, this is Richard. I know you from Chicago. You be talking about them old projects. And I seen that clip and I said, this is what Richard was talking about. All right. Like I said, respect, brother.
For sure. Like, and now we know, man, folks could never fathom the things that y'all done seen. I get it, man. Pissy hallways with mice. Oh my goodness, ain't no way. Appreciate you, Richard. So some of those kids are around today. Old ass grandparents and fools. That's the scary part. There ain't nothing more terrifying than an old fool.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, Tall. Says, that's what I told you yesterday. Yeah, you did. Okay. Yeah, you keep telling me to get that line. What do it mean?
Okay. God, so listen, we appreciate y'all coming through. This was a great show. All right. Truth Over Lies Tuesday. This was the first Tuesday edition. I think it went well. All right. We building as we flying over here. Very excited about this platform and what's to come. You know, good conversations.
Hey, shit, listen here. Me and Mr. X are one and the same, but we're very much different. I love me a good rabbit hole. I like the brain. I like the brain wrestle. I never get to what that Gav Valley called me out. We was talking, having a discussion, and he said, "I ain't about to brain wrestle with you. Leave me alone." That's all right. But I love a good rabbit hole. I like to think outside the box for clarity, not just for no reason. I really don't care if there's pyramids in the Grand Canyon. Shout out to Vega Die. But, you know, I still like to trade ideas that we can apply to life and get desired outcome, whatever it is, even if it's just knowledge of self. Shout out to Mr. Wilson. I'll get on my nerves. When you think of what Yeshua, gotta start calling him by his real name. If you think of Yeshua and you think of a white man with blue eyes, I urge you deeply to look deeper. All right. And when you think of Yeshua, you think of that pale skin, long hair like the lead singer from Led Zeppelin. You need to reprogram yourself. You do not know who you are.
That part. So yeah, shout out to everybody that came up. You know, Unk B streaming, Jay Prince. We're gonna get Jay back up here. We're gonna do a show with Jay Prince. We're definitely gonna sit down and talk to him without y'all booting him out of here. And Shout out to Mr. Wilson, even though he came up cattywampus. You know, we respect our elders, even though they get crazy sometimes. Look, we grow up around Mr. Wilson. We got thick skin. If y'all think we can't take it, y'all crazy. Like I said, respectfully, there's a line. Like I don't think he crossed the line. He got close, but he didn't cross it. He kept it within. But at the same time, you know, you got to be able to take it to Mr. Wilson because you get defensive when people get on you.
There you go. I promise all y'all ain't you can't throw me off my square with no insults. I play college football. You God dang it. We didn't say nothing. I can't stress this enough. Do y'all not know how bad we talk to one another? My goodness. This is nothing. And yeah, shout out to Mr. Wilson. I take the utmost pride. I would never disrespect my elders. I will ask passionate questions. You know, voice might raise a little bit, but I never he said, shut up. I would never say that. Ever. You will never catch me disrespecting my elders. That is a curse. You don't do that. Listen, I'm tripping. Shout out to Mr. Wilson. Don't feel bad, Mr. Wilson. Let it go. It's all good.
That part. So crazy show, Truth Over Lies. It got a little wonky up here, but we got it back on track. And yeah, that's what I'm always trying to focus on, getting to the end of the show. So I know y'all love the rabbit holes, but I always got a clock in my head, and I know, all right, we got to get to this. And I be knowing, all right. So I know I try to let y'all go a little bit, but we'll be up here for 12 hours if it just got off the tracks, because I know it can. We'll be up here all day.
Facts.
So keep it palatable at least.
There you go. Facts. Yes, sir. You definitely growing in the moderation position, Mr. X. Yeah, you got me beat there. Yeah, you got to wheel it in because I ain't too much help there. Yeah, you try to get us out the rabbit holes. I'm going deep off.
So shout out to everybody came through, especially all the sponsors, Sister Ebony Dean in the Cash App. Shout out to Brother Tall. Shout out to Brother Tall. He was in the super chats as well. Everybody gifted memberships and the people that became members. Mr. Wilson, shout out to you. You came through supporting. Project Leroy, Frederick Howard, Richard Media, Big Bad Bull. Shout out to Sister Cree Cree. Shout out to Brother Stephen James, Square Biz, The Real Books. Where we at here? Like I said, Project Leroy.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Richard Media.
Shout out to all the Truth Over Lies Nation coming through in grand fashion this evening. We appreciate y'all rocking with us. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button on the way out if you already have not. We appreciate you. And speaking of content, shout out to the Patreon. Yes, Patreon is back up in full force. We got exclusive content over there that you cannot see over here, and it's going to continue to build. You want to join the Patreon immediately. We are doing our Patreon shows every first and third Friday of the month. You won't want to miss a moment of it.
That part. So I'm looking now, speaking of that, so that will be next, hold on, first. Yeah, next Friday. Next Friday, 21st. Because we'd already passed the first Friday. So that'd be next Friday. We'll be doing Patreon. We'll be back up here Thursday. Single by Choices. We already got a lot of madness. Y'all been sending stuff to the Patreon. Listen, we might have to do a pop-up show. We're going to be doing more pre-recorded stuff. A lot. We got a lot of content to get out there. Ever since going live every day, we was kind of in the groove. I ain't going to hold y'all. It was a lot of, tiresome work, but now we sitting back like, man, we stockpiled with content now.
Here we go. Hey, shout out to SBC Cart Before the Horse Nation. We moving, man, huh? It's always gonna be a cart before the horse nation. Ain't nobody could stop it. Not no haters, not no kundras, not no bed bugs, nobody.
Yeah, Tracy.
Here to the now, to the now, here to the now.
There we go. Speaking of madness and exclusive content, shout out to the brother MABW. Everybody keep it up. He got another victory as of lately. Yeah, justice right around the corner. Have faith. Have faith. Justice shall prevail. It's wonky out here. but God is not cruel. Stand by.
That part. And shout out G Honda say we got to do more on the gentrification. Yeah, it's a lot. We like I said, we try to hit on everything. Some of these things are dedicated shows, but we be trying to hit on everything, and it ain't enough time to go that in depth. I know we be trying to. That's why I told Mr. Wilson, let's keep some of this surface level. All right, we can't go too deep. We make sure we all speaking to each other that we can understand, like we in fourth grade. I mean, rest in peace to the Godfather. We can't be up here, because you got so much knowledge on the Bible, respectfully. You can't expect us. Some of the stuff is going over people's head, so it's not even a conversation.
There you go. Yeah, and you heard Mr. Wilson. I ain't the smartest, so yeah, you got to break it down in layman's terms to me. All right, you got to speak in syllables, real slow for me.
That part. So listen, like I said, we'll be back up here Thursday. This was a good night. Truth Over Lies Tuesdays. We'll be here every Tuesday. And we'll also be doing pop-up shows over here on this channel. All right, so be on the lookout. Be an early pop-up show midday, maybe a Friday or something. You got to be subscribed and you got to have your notifications. If we ever do, you got to be ready.
There you go. Some hot topic. This channel will have a lot going on with it. Some hot topic pop-up, something crazy, wonky. Might get a pop-up show. Talk about it while it's hot, fresh off the press. Like Mr. X said, you got to keep your eyes and ears to the YouTube streets over here at Carpet for the Horse Nation to find out when.
That part. So here we go. It was a tiresome night. A lot going on. We'll say this before we leave as well. This is an open platform, right? This is open. We do panels. And we let people have the discussions. That's why, if y'all disagree, you can put people in timeout. You can click the link. But, we let people come up, get their thoughts out, even if their thoughts don't reflect ours. All right, we can't be, if we was doing a smoke show, which we will do, that's another thing. We will do smoke shows up here sometimes. Not necessarily smoke, more like detractors. We'll do, one-on-one, bring people up one at a time so that we can have the conversations. But when we doing the panels, we can't be up here arguing the whole show with people about, personal feelings. But we try to let everybody get their thoughts out, whether we agree or not.
There you go. That is a key way to build, contradicting views. That way you say one thing, I say another, and we find the best way to move forward, a good middle ground, or not at all, or agree to disagree. Really don't matter. But the main thing is, don't be up here with sign language, all that stuff. Don't attack folks. Attack the topic. Attack the conversation. Here you go. Easy. Done and done.
That part. So, nonetheless, another show in the books. This was episode 11. Keep track. 11. We 11 episodes in, and the house is on fire. Thank God Mr. Walker is a firefighter, and we're going to try to put it out.
Ooh, well, you know what? Since you said that, Firefighters Creed, if there's nothing to save, you don't risk a life. Is there anything in that building to save? Because if not, we ain't going in. We let it burn to the ground.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Part. We appreciate y'all. Shout out to the whole Carpet for the Horse, SBC, Truth Over Lies Nation. We'll be back up here Thursday night for SBC Madness. Don't miss it.
Mo Madness. Be there or be square, Jaff Chickens.
That part. So until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Productions.
A good evening.